Good morning or good afternoon. It's afternoon for me. I don't know what it is for you, but good morning, good afternoon. Happy Thanksgiving Eve. Put a one in chat if you're going to the bar tonight. I'm not a bar girl. I used to go to the bar, but I don't go to the bar anymore. But this is a big bar night. I think it's like the biggest bar night of the year. Are you guys going to the bar? Do people still do that? I don't know. I'm old. I don't know. What's up, Ausane? Hello, Crimology. Good morning, everybody. GMJ, I was listening to your live a few years ago when y'all discovered who was in that house. Then you went on TV later. So glad you are still down to earth. Hallelujah. I have someone who's been around for a while. Thank you, RLR. Oh, we got some ones here. Ren is going to hit up the bars tonight. Good morning. Good morning, Marissa. Hi, security. I'm too old to. Just staying home and smoking out, Kelly Mack. Sounds good to me. You're going to your bed. When I was younger and found out they would have turkey bowling. Ooh. You bowl with an actual turkey, like frozen? Hi, Cramit. Good to see Cram. And Sin. Sin's done cleaning the Cooterville bathrooms. Galen, good to see you. We had a couple Cooters join that before we even began, which is pretty freaking cool. We have Lily Polly. Thank you for becoming a member. And Amy, the hokey girl. Welcome to Cooterville, ladies. Welcome in. Let's get our soundboard here. I'm not prepared. But anyways, welcome to Cooterville. Come on in and close your leggers. Here we go.
She says, welcome to Cooterville. Everybody close your legs. Everybody coming in, close your legs.
Close your legs.
Thank you. Nobody does it like Sarah Lee. Some great times were had. Well, I'll be here on Thanksgiving. I'll be streaming tomorrow. For those of you that don't have any plans or are going to be home, I will be live tomorrow. We can chit chat about some things, but today I've got a lot to chit chat about. I'm so excited. I'm stuttering. Hello, hook, line, and sinker. Legs, pantyhose, of course, in the eggs. Yes. Hello, Lorna. Lorna, you know what? Lorna Doones were my mom's favorite cookie. My mom loved those Lorna Doones. Holiday cleaning is in Chalice's house. Famous sloppy joes. My mom used to make sloppy joes on Christmas Eve. And go Lions tomorrow, Lisa. I'm actually representing Michigan today with my Verner's t-shirt. If you know, you know. Your mom's fave as well. I know, it's nice. I see the Lorna Doones. I'm like, my mom loved Lorna Doones. Nenny G, that's about me too. Dancing in my house is about as much dancing as I get. I don't get out to no clubs no more. And I'll say go blue, I'll say go blue. You drink a can of Verner's every day? Mrs. Soap and Clay, hello. I know. Oh, so yes, my doggies are hanging with me. So right now we have Bella. Bella Rose. That's my Bella Rose. She's 10 years old. And she was a rescue. I got her as a rescue. Actually, she was born in Puerto Rico. Her mom was pregnant. And a hurricane hit Puerto Rico years ago. And the mom was pregnant. They brought her to Michigan, and that's where I got her, was at a Tractor Supply rescue. Thank you. I'm glad you, y'all, I got these on Temu. I should just lie and say I made them. Jack of all trades, master of none. I know, she's a sweetheart. She's a sweetheart. And then the other dog is Rue, Summer Rue, and she's a big husky golden mix. And then we have our cat, which is mainly outside. She comes in and out. We call her Mama's. She actually showed up after a hurricane a couple years ago. She was just here. So we took her in, and I know my daughter can make these. She hates making the squares, though. She says they're hard. I don't know. Bella is Latina. Good to see you, Crimology. Okay, so are you guys ready for today's stream? Because it got more interesting this morning. I planned on just going over the Sterns, and we're going to get to that, but I have a little pre-show gaming to do with you. And I think you guys are going to like it. There's some shady stuff going on with Lauren and Grayson. So let me go down here. I'm going to put myself in my little spot. Y'all, this is crazy. Okay, so we're going to walk through this together. This blew my mind. Okay, so if we look here, right? This is Lauren's latest video on Hidden True Crime. And the title is Teen Burglary Turns Deadly and Caught on Camera. Oh, but wait, you have to hit the thumbs up before I can tell you this. So hit the thumbs up now, guys. Hit it, hit it, hit it. Okay, so we have this one. Teen burglary turns deadly and caught on camera. Self-defense or ambush. The Elm Street murders. Okay. Now, if you go back 2 years on Annie Elise, we have unhinged, secret recordings, taunting, and murder. What really happened at the house next door? Now, you may on first glance say, what do these two videos have in common? Well, Jay put both transcripts into Chat GPT because they seem very, very similar when you listen. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play a few minutes of Lauren, then I'm going to play a few minutes of Annie, and then we're going to look at what Chat GPT told me about these two transcripts. And it's important to note that Grayson actually worked for Annie Elise. So she has her work, if you will. Who did it better? The plot definitely thickens. Okay, so let's listen to a couple of lines from Lauren. Here we go.
Some cases make us take a hard look at what people do when they're scared or angry and push us to question just how far someone should be able to go.
Hold on. I got to stop. Galen just gifted 20 cooter ships. 20, guys. 20. Oh, my God. Thank you so much for the 20 gifted. I'm so thankful. Welcome in, new little cooters. Thank you so, so much. That is so damn generous of you. Wow. Thank you, Galen. If you were a lucky recipient of a cooter ship, make sure you say, hey, Galen, thanks. I'll keep my legs closed. Yay! So nice. Okay. Sorry. Let's start over. I got a little too excited.
Just help a brother
Some
out.
cases make us take a hard look at what people do when they're scared or angry and push us to question just how far someone should be able to
Just
go
help a brother
when they
out.
say they're defending their home. And few cases bring that debate into sharper focus than what happened in Littlefield's, Minnesota on Thanksgiving Day in 2012. It began the way many rural crime stories do. A homeowner on edge after a series of break-ins and two
brother out.
teenagers who made a dangerous, life-altering choice. Haley Kiefer and her cousin Nicholas Brady broke into the home of
Just help a brother
64-year-old
out here.
Byron David Smith, likely expecting to grab what they could and get out.
Damn.
But what they found instead was a man waiting, a man who would
Just
later
help a
say
brother
he
out.
genuinely believed he had reached his breaking point. What unfolded in Byron's basement was anything but simple, and it forces
Just
us
help a
to
brother
ask,
out here.
in moments of extreme fear, how do we truly judge whether someone's response is proportional or excessive? Prosecutors argued
help
that
a
this
brother out
wasn't a
Even with all the shit, he swore. I love it. My little AI voice swears. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Make him cuss more, guys. I love it. I didn't know he'd swear. Even with all the shit, you're my fan. I appreciate that. Really, I do. Okay, so let's scoot over to Annie. This is 2 years ago. This is Annie Elise now. Listen.
Today's case may be a bit of a controversial one, and I'm going to be honest with you, it's a long one, so get ready. We can all agree that a person's home should be the place where they feel the most safe and the most secure. The right to bear arms is a very sensitive topic.
This is regular
but most
speed.
people would agree that everyone has the basic right to protect their home. On Elm Street, In the city of Little Falls, Minnesota, after a retired man had been burglarized nearly a dozen times, he started to feel more and more violated and afraid in his own home. So with little help from law enforcement and at his wits' end, he decided to take matters into his own hands by securing his home the best that he could. He armed himself in his home and waited for the next inevitable break-in. But this time, he would be ready. In this story, we will discuss this truly tragic and personally, I think, avoidable situation and how two teens' bad choices resulted in a real-life nightmare on Elm Street. Like I said, it's a controversial one, and you're gonna be with me for a while. Hey guys, I'm Annie Elise. This is 10 to Life. Hear me when I say buckle.
Okay, so it may not sound identical here, okay? But what I'm going to reveal right now is what ChatGPT told me. Are you guys ready? This is some wild shiz. All right, let me make this bigger so you guys can read it good. So I took the two transcripts, entire transcripts, and put them into ChatGPT. And ChatGPT found the exact matches.
Just help a brother out here.
Okay. So we have exact match is going to be the yellow heart. Paraphrase or minor changes are the green heart. Unique, only one version, is the blue heart. Thank you, Cheech the Peach. Happy Thanksgiving to you as well. And thank you for your support. So we're going to start and we're going to just, kind of go through this. This one is the intro of the case context. In the original, some cases make us take a hard look, ... Lawrence is going to be B, suspected copy. Some cases make us take a hard look, ... Exact match. Right here in the Littlefields background. Here's the original. Quote, "It began the way many rural crime stories do." In Lawrence, same phrasing. Another exact match. Can I turn the volume up on my what? Little almond? What's that mean? Description of teens. Hailey Kyer and her cousin Nicholas Brady, ... Same, exact match. Bryson's reaction and fear. Quote, "A man who would later say he genuinely believed he had reached his breaking point, ... Slightly reworded, same meaning. Paraphrased." I think so too, Kylie. Thank you, Salty, for your support. That's so nice of you. Thank you. Audio recordings and evidence. Prosecutors argued that this wasn't a split-second act. Same concept, wording slightly different, paraphrased. The debate on self-defense. Quote, "Many people see it differently. Lawrence, essentially the same." Brian's history and military. Can you guys see this? Yeah, you can. Okay. Full biography of Brian, awards career. Almost identical phrasing. Exact match. Byron's property and summer jobs. In 2011, Byron noticed a group of local boys, ... Mostly identical, minor differences. Teens' substance use and petty crime. Quote, "Over time, however, Byron began to notice small items disappearing, ... Matches closely. They have it listed as an exact match. Security system and paranoia. The original, quote, "By December 2012, Byron's security system was finally complete." Same events described in Lawrence, slight wording differences. Thanksgiving Day events. Quote, "Around 12:30 p.m., Byron heard the unmistakable sound." Very close. Minor rewording. Paraphrased. Aftermath and legal. Quote, in the original. After the discovery of the bodies in Byron Smith's basement, ... Mostly identical. Exact match. The lawsuit and defamation portion. Quote, in the original, Byron Smith, now 77, has filed a civil defamation lawsuit. Same structure, small word changes. Paraphrase. Preliminary analysis. You ready for this? Roughly 50 to 60% of B is copied word for word from A. B is Lauren, A is Annie. 50 to 60% of this video, y'all. And not only that, 30 to 35% is lightly paraphrased, but clearly mirrors Annie's. Look how much is original. Only 5 to 10% appears unique or added in. So yes, B heavily relies on A, with small areas of paraphrasing and minor additions. Hoo-wee. Right? How many other of these scripts has she used that Grayson has possession of? Right? It's crazy. She's I mean, I can't say for certain, but it certainly looks to be like they're using their own scripts from before. Hello, Cindy. Cindy Roberts. Oh, wow. Bite My Bits said, I just heard Annie confirmed this. Where did Annie confirm this at? Annie's was 2 years ago when Grayson still worked for her. Look. Hold on. Sorry, I didn't realize it was cut off like that. Get with it, Jay. Annie's video was June 6th, 2023. Lauren's 2 days ago. 1 day ago, sorry, yesterday. So, yeah, 2 years in between. She probably thought no one would notice. Don't you think? Kylie, I attribute the Proton emails, the Reddit post, the comments supposedly said to her about Lauren, the cease and desist to Lindsay, the pretending to be a Mormon, contacting Lori. Did I miss anything? I don't think so. The Glarer said on Jimmy's stream that Annie said it's like 5% copied. Oh, 85%. Yeah. That's what I got too from ChatGPT. I heard near the beginning of this debacle that Grayson was recycling. Unbelievable. I have also heard that Lauren actually hates Mormons. I have heard that she despises Mormons, and that the theory that Lauren is, you know, a shill for the Mormons is not true. Grayson, are you here, Grayson? Grayson, how many of those scripts have you used? I don't know who Jimmy is, but on Jimmy's stream, who's Jimmy? I want to play where she confirms it. If you guys have like a link or a timestamp, if you could email it to me, that'd be great. So why does the Glarer think that he has to sit on panels and talk about me? Can you guys fill me in? I haven't spoken to that guy in like 7 years. Hey, Walila. Jimmy is Auntie Deb. I don't know who Auntie Deb is. But she's definitely digging a hole deeper. Lauren is. by doing this shit. Grayson, you need to fess up. You're gonna wind up in a lot of trouble, young lady. You better do some more tequila shots. Jimmy is anti-Deb. I don't know who anti-Deb is, though. Who is she? Jimmy didn't say anything. No, they said that Glarer did. Anti-Deb's hilarious. Oh, it's a guy named Anti-Deb. He was telling a story about where he originally came from and your channel came up. Oh, he didn't come from me. Auntie Deb is Turtle Boy's friend. Okay. Auntie Deb covered Karen Reed. Okay, that's why I don't know who that is. Oh, they were just talking shit. I mean, it's so secret that we don't like each other, but like I don't make it a like pattern to bring him up. That's weird. Hello, Pines. Pines knows Auntie Deb. I didn't follow Karen Reed, so that's why I don't know who these people are. Hey, Beans. Happy Thanksgiving Eve. All right, so I wanted to share that with you guys just so you knew. Interesting stuff. We'll see if anything comes out about that. But I want to play this clip to piggyback on this information from the 9-hour live. Are you guys ready? This is gonna kind of solidify what we're talking about here. You ready? Listen to this clip. Plagiarism, listen.
And now someone that's possibly sharing my conversations. What's going on?
What's going on? One crime.
That was made by my stalker alleging that I was plagiarizing and that I had poached an employee from another person in my industry.
You did. You poached another person. You know what she did? I got the tea. Listen, you know what she did? She poached Grayson before Delphi. She poached her before Delphi. Right after she went on Annie Elise's panel in Salt Lake City. Did you guys know that she went on Annie's panel in her tour? She went up on Annie's panel, and then after that, poached Grayson. Lauren is dirty, dirty, dirty. Okay, so listen to this.
That was made by my stalker alleging that I was plagiarizing and that I had poached an employee from another person in my industry. I texted my stalker requesting that she does not defame my business online, and that if she believes I am plagiarizing, to report me. In other words, if you believe I am plagiarizing, report me. I didn't tell her to stop talking. I actually said to her, if you think that I am plagiarizing, that's serious, and she should report me.
Sure is.
She denied they were her posts, despite evidence from her account, which I have again saved, showing it was her account. And
let's read this. It says, it is heartbreaking to me that we would go from friends to you thinking I would participate in plagiarism. It's something I would never do. And if you really think I would, you should report me. To post this on a public forum is so shocking. I don't know what I did to deserve this. I am deeply apologetic for the things I initially thought about you as I got to know you. Yes, I made mistakes in misjudgments of character, but that does not make me a liar. I am not a cheat. I am not someone who plagiarizes others' work or poaches other employees. I'm not someone who tries to defame people on public forums. I stand up for people. I have integrity and I own my mistakes. I am a work in progress. I am loyal and I am an honest business owner. Never would I try to hurt someone's family business by posting that they are practicing in something illegal, especially when it's not true. Shut up, Lauren. I'm a good person and I have a legal business. It's legit. I swear I'm not involved in a RICO. And I'm not dark. I'm not dark.
And after some back and forth, I blocked her as I began to feel unsafe.
You felt unsafe or too much truth was coming out, dum-dum?
She then sent me After I blocked her and after we both agreed, she said, I'm not going to continue this conversation with someone. And I said, you know what? You're right. At this moment, I don't know who she is. I don't know her intentions. I am feeling very threatened. I block her. This relationship, unfortunately, sadly, is going to have to end. She then sends me an aggressive email.
Aggressive.
And in it, she states, Lauren, this is April 21st. Lauren, I was going to text you this directly, but it looks like it didn't go through. So I'm guessing that you blocked me. Yes, I did. If that's the case, that's totally fine. Just be real about it. Hitting block after starting a fire doesn't make you a victim. It makes you a coward. On top of that, you're really out here playing the victim while casually coaching someone on how to trash a redacted creator on Reddit. Bold move, especially for someone who loves to preach about integrity every 5 minutes. But hey, maybe encouraging anonymous hit pieces is just part of your brand. I wouldn't know.
Look at this comment. My gosh, Lauren, that's when you started the coughing. This was affecting your health, sweetheart. Look at this shit. Jamie Martin. Who are you, Jamie Martin? Who even are you? Make yourself known. Are you Grayson, Jamie?
Maybe encouraging anonymous hit pieces is just part of your brand. I wouldn't know. I've been too busy minding my own business and not anonymously running smear campaigns in the comment section. She meant on Reddit. Also, a fun twist. I now know that Reddit comment actually came from one of your own mods, and yet you still claimed it as your own when bragging to your old friends. So either you're lying to them or you're lying now. Take your pick. Do you prefer hypocrite or liar? Sincerely, Stalker.
Sincerely, shut up. It's sincerely Christina, you bitch. Sincerely, Stalker. You're such a bitch. For reals. Oh, Grayson. I agree with you, Evelyn. Her time is gonna come. You guys want me to generate the entire thing and go over that? I can generate it while we're going over the Stearns. But yeah, I just wanted to play that. I mean, obviously the plagiarism thing is true. It's been out there. I just ran it through ChatGPT. 80 to 85% was plagiarized according to ChatGPT. Grayson has scripts from Annie Elise. It all fits together like a puzzle. And notice she's scared and threatened when the truth is going to come out. Blueberry says, let's do it. Okay, let me get ChatGPT back up here. I'm not the best at this stuff, so you have to bear with me. What's on the agenda today? ChatGPT asks. Oh, it didn't save it? Because I wasn't logged in? Oh, son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. I'm going to have to do it another day. Damn it. I knew I should have logged in. I was like, fuck it. I don't need to log in. I'll do it. I'll generate one, though. Because I'd have to get the damn transcripts again. You feel unsafe, too? Me, too. The saga gets more redonkulous every day. I agree. But I do have a question. Have you hit that like button yet? Because I'm seeing 631 souls in here. And only 255 like-a-roos. Can we get those up a little bit? All right, so today we were going to get into the Stearns. Now, I want to preface this because, no, I didn't, Love Always. I want to preface this because I don't know how much time John and Lauren actually spend talking or if it's mainly the Stearns. But there's another video where John goes over the evidence in the Stearns case. So I was hoping we could, kind of review both of those. So we're going to start out with Miss Stearns. And hello, Deborah. That's a nice reminder, Diana. John probably, I don't know. John probably just lets her run the shit. Kylie, is it mainly the Stearns talking? That's why I'm wondering if we should go over the one where he goes over the evidence or if we should go over the one where they actually interview the Stearns. Miss Stearns doesn't like me, by the way. And guess what else I found? Hold on. I was watching Plunder. You know, you guys know who Plunder is on YouTube. And she had a video. I'm going to find it right now where Miss Stearns called her a twit. So Miss Stearns does not like any of us creators except like one. Do the one with the evidence. Okay, that's what I was thinking. But I wanted to show you guys what this whole scene kind of looked like. So I'm going to play a few minutes of this, and then we're going to go over the evidence one.
In your entire life. I apologize for having Lacey here, but we want to have as much.
Their dog is right here. Their dog Lacey. They're really weird with their dogs.
Silence as
Let
possible
me find
from
Miss Stearns thing.
The dogs. We need to bring the ringleader in here. So she's the one that's quite vocal and wants attention. So I apologize.
I'll explain the Stearns in a minute.
Okay, but anyway, you know, no one ever grows up expecting to experience this. You've seen it on the news, you've seen it in the papers, and oh my gosh, you know how tragic that is. And all of a sudden, you find yourself in the same similar situation. You know, we had provided from the very beginning, proactively, very cooperative with the police authorities. I mean, I was caught off guard that Wednesday that Stefan was arrested, not even aware that he was being arrested that evening. I thought
yeah, this is going to be them talking. So this family right here, this couple down here, this is Deborah and Chris Stearns. Deborah and Chris Stearns are the parents of Stefan Stearns. Stefan Stearns was prosecuted in Osceola County, Florida last year, or this year rather. He took a plea deal in the murder and sexual assault of Madeline Soto, who was 13. He dumped her in some woods, like some tree area in Osceola County, St. Cloud, Florida. He took a plea deal to avoid the death penalty, which I don't know why the fuck they did that. Or no, he is on no, he's life in prison, isn't he? Fuck, I can't even remember. But anyways, he's a sick motherfucker. He was abusing Madeline from the age of 6. These two had some weird things happen. Like she found a sex torso in Stefan's room. He lived at his parents' house and with his girlfriend, Jennifer. Yeah, I mean, I think life without parole, thank you. That's what I thought. It pissed me off because he should have been up for the death penalty. But these people, so I dug into them let me come on camera and tell you the story. So I dug into the Stearns when this case was happening. I found where Mrs. Stearns had filed for divorce. Well, in the divorce paperwork, yeah, fuck torso. In the shit, I forgot what I was saying now. Fuck. I lost my train of thought. Oh, so I found a divorce where Miss Stearns had filed for divorce back in the day. And I read the divorce paperwork live. And in the divorce paperwork, Miss Stearns put in there that Mr. Stearns had an ad for dildos in his wallet and had a side piece. So that might be one reason she doesn't like me. But I did talk about, you know, some of the happenings in their family that might explain Stefan a little bit more. It was pretty wild. Yeah. He had a side piece. He called her like, he had some nickname. It was like Baby Bear or something weird. But yeah, it's in one of my live streams. I'd have to find it. But check this out. So I told you guys about Turtle Island with Dolly Vision and how Miss Stearns called in to call me a twat, right? I played that for you. Watch this with Plunder True Crime. Listen.
Dawned over Austin, Texas.
Whoops.
Heidi Broussard and her
Happening?
newborn daughter were still missing.
I haven't seen that
Hold
yet.
on.
Austin police
Why
officers
is
were
this
canvassing
playing?
the area with the help of the Texas
What is
Rangers
playing?
and FBI.
The longer that time
my God,
goes
hold
by,
on.
frankly, the percent chance of recovering the mother.
I'm so sorry. Jesus. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, listen to this.
Deb is really upset. She tells them she found an F torso, in Stefan's room and another little toy too. And those photos I did not put up here on YouTube. I didn't see the one toy she mentions, but I did see the torso and it's silicone. The cop has to verify, wait, what are you talking about? Is she here? He's like basically asking, did you find Maddie? Or she clarifies it's a silicone torso. Whew, she's like, you don't know what I found.
What?
Okay.
Okay. Scared the living shit out of me.
That's the extent of it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I don't want to downplay it.
Oh, well, I found it.
Those photos are over on Patreon. It just shows the torso and it shows like a plastic bag over it, so you can't really tell, but sometimes you don't know how YouTube is going to react. So I put them over there. I've heard some horror stories about what YouTube has done to some other YouTubers in showing stuff like this. So that's over there. And I'm like, okay, you found all that in Stefan's room. Did you ever find that mouse droid, that popcorn receptacle he keeps going on and on about in your jail calls? By the way, I'm still waiting for jail calls. As you notice when we go through these latest interviews, they mention calls and they mention stuff that we've only read about and haven't heard about. But this stuff takes a long time. I've been waiting on these video and audio and documents. I've got documents.
Did she already say the fuck torso? Because I got up to grab a drink. Let me know if I missed it.
I'll put them on Patreon. For more than a year, I've been waiting on them. There's like this email string of like...
Did I miss it?
The cop has to verify, wait, what are you talking about? Is she here? He's like basically asking, did you... He's like, you don't know what I found.
Okay, you guys saw it.
What?
Oh, here it is.
Okay. Scared the living shit out of me.
That's the extent of it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I don't want to downplay it.
Oh, well, I found it.
Those photos are over on Patreon. It just shows the torso and it
It shows the torso, she says. That is so gross. The stuff was at his parents' house. Yes. Mm-hmm. It was at his parents' house. And then his dad went on the hard drive and found a bunch of pictures of Maddie and said that he looked through it. Yeah, his dad used to be a cop. Mm-hmm. Yep. And then, okay, so she calls Plunder a crazy ass woman and a twit. And then Miss Stearns calls into Dolly Vision and calls me a twat. She loves me though, and I hope she's watching. Hi, Deb. Here's her calling into this show and calling me a twat. Listen.
Dolly.
Hello. Is this Dolly?
Hey. Yes.
Hey. Sorry, but this is Deborah Stearns calling back.
It's like a pop-up video.
I'd like another vote.
You can only vote once by phone. You can only vote once.
Oh, twat.
Yeah. Now you can super chat a vote, or you can get an egg, or you can buy a T-shirt and vote, but you can only get one phone call a night.
Shoot.
Okay.
I really want J4J gone. She's a twat too.
Okay. There's your free jab. You got an extra jab, and it didn't even cost you nothing. All right.
Okay. Well, I'm going to get an egg next week. Okay.
All
I
right.
need to figure it out. Got my cash app. I just don't know how to use it yet.
All right.
Old.
All right. Yeah.
Okay.
Ain't we all?
Thanks. Bye.
All right, bye. Dolly.
So there's Deb, okay? So then we go back here, and here they are interviewing with John and Lauren, which makes me want to go to the one with the evidence so that we can pick apart John today. Let's go to my watch later. Oh, yeah, we prefer to be called cooters, not twats. Thank you very much. Agree. Okay, so here is the psychology. We have the psychology in the sentencing, and then we have the evidence. Let's do this one. I know, I wear that badge of honor very proudly. That a pedo's mother who sends him candy and feels bad for him and all that kind of shit hates me. You can hate me all you want,
Hello,
Deborah.
Hidden Gems.
Hello, Hidden Gems.
It's Lauren and John, as I always joke. Surprise, as if you thought it would be somebody else. When I say it's Lauren and John, your co-hosts.
Look at those sleeves. Thank you so much, Kelly Mack. You know you're on the right side of history if Deb Stearns thinks you're a twat. Yeah, the Stearns mother, made it sound like it was a relationship. Thank you again, Kelly Mack. The root beer barrels, the candies, the books. Yep. Yeah, she's disgusting, soul. Oh, yes, so, origami book so he can make origami. It's disgusting.
Your host of Hidden True Crime, John, is for those of you that are new to our channel, Dr. John is a forensic and clinical psychologist. And who has worked for decades with offenders as well as victims.
Oh.
And I am his wife and co-host, and I am a journalist and was a television reporter.
Shut up.
The case that we're about to discuss live with you tonight is the Madeline Soto case. It's a case that many have been asking us to cover. It's a case that we have both been delving into because there are so many documents that the police have released, and it is difficult to say the least what has come out. I have done separate videos with those documents sharing the evidence, and I recommend everyone can go there to hear that full background. John has also done an initial show about this case a couple of months ago, but we are going to delve in deeper to discover what is hidden. And I'm going to give the majority of the time to you tonight, John, because you are who we want to hear from tonight. I was even on Web Sleuth last night, and I kept saying, I'm confused. I'm confused. I need.
She was on Web Sleuth the night before
to hear what you have to say to help us make sense of this absolute tragedy.
Vogue Mod,
so this is also a trigger warning, of course.
Okay, I got to speed her up a little bit. Why is she so slow? I could never watch this live. It would drive me fucking crazy. Miss Stearns is just mad she engendered a monster. Thank you, Vogue Mod, for 14 months. Look at his hair.
Is a case that is difficult.
A year ago.
It includes a child. It includes abuse. Is
September 4th, 2024 for this.
And Madeline is no longer with us here. Her body was found March 1st in a wooded area in Florida of this year. And Stephen Stearns has been arrested in her murder. So that's where we are. And since that time, other things that he did to Madeline for years and years and years has been released. So just a heads up to anyone that might need to pace themselves or perhaps take some time. Dr. John, I'll give it to you.
Oktoberfest outfit.
So a lot has changed, obviously, since we first talked about this case. We have all the documents and so much more information, and there's so many tidbits in the documents that it took me. I had to go through it a few times to really start putting it together because there's pieces here and there that are really critical that are easy to overlook. So, this really was an interesting puzzle. I think in our last show about this, I kind of started with the premise that maybe this was just another case of a psychopath who murders a child. And that's a scenario that we talk about all the time. And it can be interesting, but I think we're kind of used to that analysis a little bit. And I wasn't sure we were going to pick this up again because I was worried that maybe that's all this case was, but it's not. It's a lot more than that. It's significantly more than that. And there's so much about Stephen Stearns now that I'm beginning to understand that I didn't before. And so I think it's really important to talk about some of those issues. But I want to start with Madeline. I think the more I went through these documents, the more sorrow I think I felt, and the more sad. This is a really hard
I would
case
hope so. I mean,
for me, that it just really pulled on my heartstrings because I kept feeling all the time that this poor girl, this 13-year-old girl, who had known Stephen Stearns since she was 6.
Yeah.
So Stephen came into her life when he was 30. She was 6. And he has been in her life for 7 years. So keep that in mind. This is 7 years of potentially ongoing crimes.
Abuse.
But the
Abuse.
the more
John.
I looked at these documents and really tried to understand Madeline, the more
Why would you want to
I kind of
understand
had the sense
Stefan?
that she was almost invisible. Like nobody saw this girl. And it, to me, that's one of the big tragedies here is that
He fluffed it
there's
up.
this
today.
real invisibility. And, Madeline talks about this desire when she's 13, and she just turned 13
I think he just got out of
a
bed.
few weeks before she was murdered. But she talks about turning 13 and then going off to live alone in the woods. And I mean, you could say that she wasn't serious about that, but she talked about it a lot. And even if you see that as more metaphorical, it's almost like this victim goes from being invisible to those around her to going in the woods and wanting to completely disappear.
Cram it. Ricola. God, that tongue.
That's just heartbreaking.
It's just heartbreaking. You seem
There was
so
a
genuine.
moment in here when I read there was an interview in one of the documents by the Kissimmee Police Department, one of the detectives, and the detective did an interview with Madeline's best friend. I'm not going to mention the best friend's name. It is in the document. It's not redacted, but I'm going to refer to the best friend as S. And I just want to read a little bit about what S says about Madeline. That's
a really good question, Squeaky Wheel. I know Dr. John is a PhD psychologist and all that, but isn't 95% of what he says simply his opinion based on all known info? We all have an opinion on cases. Why is his any more valid than ours? It's definitely not. But that is what Lauren has used to leverage her channel, to make it seem above anybody else's because she had that edge of a psychologist analyzing and breaking down these cases. And that's a problem here on YouTube overall with people who claim to be, experts and things like that. They're not in it for the right reasons, in my opinion. And it can be deceiving. It can be deceiving.
This is fairly insignificant, I think, in terms of understanding this whole case, and yet it's not. This is like one of those moments that really, at least for me, it's something you really would easily overlook in these documents, but it really grabbed me. And so this friend S is talking about Madeline's birthday party, and S says, the detective asked how Madeline was acting at her party, and S said, quote, "She stated when she got there, meaning when Madeline got there, she was getting upset. S then explained that Madeline was upset because some of her friends canceled going to the party the day before. So she's got these friends. She's anticipating they're going to be there. This is the 13th birthday party. She's excited for this. And all of a sudden, all of her friends cancel.
Oh.
They're not going to show up.
They didn't all cancel, liar.
And
that's a lie.
Madeline is really shaken by this. She's
they
upset.
Didn't all
At
cancel.
the very least, she wants her friends to show up because we already know that her mother doesn't really see her. She's invisible to her mother in many ways because her mother is so self-absorbed and because her mother is so invested in this relationship with Stefan that she treats Madeline in many ways as kind of non-existent. We know that there's a history of conflict.
Do you think he's like giggling? Is that what kind of a giggle is that?
As kind of non-existent. We know that there's a history of conflict between Jennifer, who's the mother, and Madeline, that they fight a lot. There's a point in these documents where one of the friends says that Jennifer tells Madeline, "I can't wait until you turn 18 so that I can basically put you out in the streets and let go of you. I just want to get rid of you." She says that.
Wow.
But here we have, so here we have this 13-year-old girl. She just turned 13. She has all these expectations of this birthday party, and then her friends all cancel, except for one. There's one friend who decided to go. Her best friend showed up, S showed up, and then another friend showed up. Her initial is E. I'll just refer to her as E. And when E showed up, Madeline cheered up considerably, but she was still upset that all of her other friends basically abandoned her for this party. And then S goes on. Quote, S assumed Madeline was upset at the party because Jennifer was not there. So all of her friends cancel on her, and her mother doesn't show up either. Her mother doesn't show up because she started a new job and she wanted to focus on her job. She wanted to get some sleep. She, right?
Yeah.
She too essentially abandons her.
Why is that funny? Why does he laugh? It's so weird. Oh, Randy, I'm sorry you went through all that. What a pain in the ass. In some of John's episodes, he speculates about Chad sexually abusing Tylee before. Oh, I've heard that. He makes me really uncomfortable too. They both do, but he especially. Who was just asking me about the UNLV letter? I'm trying to scroll back. Someone asked me about the letter. Who's Kathy? What are you asking? Ask again so I can answer you. Thanks.
Her child. And you might say, okay, it's a birthday party. Is it really that big of a deal? It is to Madeline. It is to a 13-year-old girl who has a limited number of friends, who's really not seen at school. She's not seen at home. She's not really seen anywhere.
What?
It matters to her.
What do you mean she's not seen at school?
And I think it matters to understanding this case, this idea of invisibility and not being seen and not being heard. We received so many emails, and I just want to apologize to many of our listeners out there who write to us. We try to read them. We can't get to all of them. We certainly can't respond, and we wish we could, but we could spend all day responding to emails, and we have so much work to do. So,
shut up.
We did see this email, and I just want to read quickly a piece of it. This is from one of our gems. The gem says, quote, "I believe in my heart that Maddie's story is hitting so many people because her mother didn't listen. We are disgusted and triggered by Jen. I hope you will touch on this more and help us deal with the deep wounds that are there as a result of our mothers not protecting us." So here we have an email from a gem who's saying that this story really resonated her for some of the reasons I just identified. That she's saying that Jen didn't listen to her daughter. Jen didn't see her daughter. So we have the same idea, I think, that, that nobody sees her. As far as Stefan goes, if we want to talk about this idea of invisibility with Stefan, he sees her. He just sees her as an object.
Right.
He sees her as an object to be used for his own gratification.
Mm-hmm.
Very weird paper. Very.
For who she is.
Hey, Carolina.
Or for what she's feeling, or for what she wants or desires or needs. He doesn't care about any of that.
Oh, my God.
And her friends, as I just pointed out, her friends really don't see her either.
Her friends loved her. Fuck off.
So.
What is he talking about? Who is he to talk about Maddie's friends? You make me sick. Sick, sick, sick.
And her friends, as I just pointed out, her friends really don't see her either. Sadly.
Really? Her friend texted her every morning before school. She didn't hear from Maddie that morning. She didn't hear from Maddie that morning. You're a dick. To answer your question, Miss Roberts, the person that answered the request, I believe, was from Human Resources. Their name is Jamila McGrew. It's not his boss. It's Human Resources or something that filled this out or that sent the letter.
So, I think a big part of our discussion tonight should be how and why did this happen? How is it that all these people are not able to?
Oh my God. How and why did this happen? How about we talk about why Stefan Stearns is such a fucking sicko? He's making it sound like, oh, we should just accept that there's going to be these sicko motherfuckers, and God forbid it's all her friends and family's fault. Fuck you, John. Fuck you and the horse you rode in on, bucko. Blech. Good for you, Bite My Bits. Let me know what you find out. I'll talk about him.
Sadly. So, I think a big part of our discussion tonight should be how and why did this happen? How is it that all these people are not able to see her and to understand her? You know, there's some documents where the police conducted interviews with a number of friends and some school personnel, teachers, guidance counselors. And I want to read a few of those, or at least summarize what some of the people said.
Yeah, it's all for clicks.
A 33-year-old teacher, her name is redacted. I wouldn't read it anyway, but a 33-year-old teacher was interviewed. The teacher said that Madeline was always, quote, fatigued, unquote, which the teacher took to be a sign of depression. A student told this teacher also that Madeline just wanted to live in the woods when she turned 13. So this was being repeated so much that it was getting back to teachers.
Oh my God. Thank you, Kels. Good to see you. Happy Thanksgiving Eve to you and your beautiful family. And thank you for your super chat.
Teachers.
Right.
Another friend, a different friend, not the best friend, another 13-year-old friend said that, quote, Madeline cried often. And she would often tell me, I just want to cry.
Stop it, John. Why is she smiling? Look at her. Oh my God. I if I couldn't hate these people more, I just reached a different level. What the fuck is wrong with these people? They don't know how to read a room. They obsess on these crimes that horrific things are done to children. Ugh.
Often tell me, I just want to cry. So even at school, Madeline can't
Thanks, Sherry.
suppress this deep sorrow, this invisibility, not being seen.
Hey, Mystic.
Another 12-year-old friend said in the interview with one of the detectives, quote, she seemed pretty sad all the time.
So unethical.
A school counselor, this is important, a school counselor was interviewed. The school counselor said that Madeline had come to visit the counselor 6 times since the beginning of the school year. Madeline with the counselor, Madeline talked about anxiety and panic attacks. She talked about the constant fights with her mother. She described Stefan as, quote, weird. And she said she, quote, didn't like him because he makes me feel uncomfortable, unquote.
Wow.
It's interesting to note that the school counselor also said that in January, Madeline's grades improved significantly. They went from a D average up to passing.
Wow.
December happens to be the exact month that Stefan left the home and moved back to Northport, Florida.
Yeah. He left and moved out.
Thanks for confirming, Lauren.
Another thing to know about Madeline is that the detectives identified that from some of her records that she had been diagnosed with ADHD. Her mother, Jennifer, had said that she was believed to have autism, although that apparently was changing. She was also diagnosed with some type of anxiety disorder, which could have been the panic attacks the school counselor identified.
Oh, I got to tell you something.
When I look at...
See the background? I don't know if you guys can tell now, but if you go back to where I had it full screen in the beginning and you see like this grayish couch. Hold on. 1628. Let's go back here. See her couch? The gray couch. You know how she has a orange couch behind her in recent months? Yay, bar night for Kels. You know how she has that? Hey, William, you know how she has that orange? She's at, I got confirmation. Listen, I got confirmation that orange couch is at Grayson's house. Grayson has her own place, y'all. And Grayson has an orange couch. Dun, dun, dun. Happy Thanksgiving to you, Lorna Doone. Thank you for 1 month. Yep. That's at Grayson's home. Oh, boy. What's going on there?
My first thought is, these would all be signs of depression. And again, I'm not diagnosing here. I need to put on my shirt saying I'm not diagnosing. But
you are diagnosing, Dr. Tongue. Thank you for the 5 cooterships, Lorna. Mo, Gilbert, Nada, Candalee Woodwardstone. Wow, that's one hell of a name. And Nico. Welcome on into Cooterville. Come on in and close your legs.
I guess people are used to me saying that, but
just help a brother out here.
What's interesting to me is that all these people, all these friends and people at school identified all these symptoms of depression, the crying all the time. There's more, by the way. Another one of her friends said that Madeline talked about running away and living in the woods, and that Jen tried to kick her out of the house and disown her when she turned 18.
John.
The friend also said that Madeline, quote, she went through a depressive phase earlier in the year, unquote.
You can see where the toupee ends and begins. Look. Hold on. Get this guy. You ain't fooling nobody, John. Look at that. You can see the definitive line of the toupee. Can you not? Put a 1 in chat if you see the definitive line where he just clipped that bitch right in. Look. Looks like he clipped it. Just whoop. Swooped it over to the side. Woo. I need a Grayson emoji. I do. I'm glad I'm not the only one that sees that color differentiation. All of you see it. My smart cooters. Y'all are wonderful.
Quote. And she wore red makeup, which made it look like she was crying. So presumably she wore red makeup because she was trying to cover up her tears or constant crying.
You don't know.
Oh, so what's interesting about this to me, though, is you've got all these people identifying all these symptoms of depression. And yet the detectives asked almost all of them, do you think she was depressed? And they all said, no, she's not depressed.
Huh.
So getting back to this idea, like, who is looking out for this girl? Who is seeing this girl and her needs? Does anyone see that she's depressed? Does anyone see that she needs help? Right? Like, it's so frustrating to go through these docs and to see these signs over and over. Not a single person really connects to that depression. Not a single person can.
Who's Maya Rodriguez Sorensen Esquire? She says, this is so hard. Who is that? Dude, Jax, I know. Where have you been? Happy Thanksgiving.
Connects to her loneliness and her isolation.
Is that how you feel, John?
Including, obviously, her mother. You know, the school counselor is interesting because Madeline talked about Stefan with the school counselor, and the Madeline described Stefan as weird and making her feel uncomfortable. Now, if a 13-year-old came in my office and said somebody is weird and makes me feel uncomfortable, I'd say, tell me more about that.
Hi, Canvas.
How are you so uncomfortable around this person?
They did. She said he's weird.
But there's
John. He wants to blame everybody but fucking Stearns. This is weird. You can't close your legs because of your turtle shell. That's okay, Jaxie.
There's no indication whatsoever that, I mean, maybe the school counselor asked her that, but it doesn't seem like the person did. It just seems like Madeline said, you know, he makes me feel uncomfortable. Okay, well, why?
Hey, Colleen. We are snarking today.
So again, you know, there's all these people that she's surrounded by that just really don't seem to grasp the fact that she's struggling and that she seems very
kind of like your wife.
And even the people closest to her, obviously, her mother seems incapable of making that assessment. And so I think I want to lead with this because we want to give Madeline a voice. And I want to acknowledge all these struggles that she was encountering and how, in some ways, she was screaming to be seen and nobody cared. Nobody was willing to look and see and notice her depression. I mean, people noticed her anxiety, I guess. She had panic attacks, but
I got you, Pine.
When when a 12, 13-year-old is coming to school and crying all the time, when she's falling asleep at school, when a teacher notices that she's fatigued and probably depressed, and nobody seems to care. To me, that's problematic. So I want to lead talking about Madeline, because that's why we're doing this. And
thank you.
There's so much in these documents that really
it's after sex
give
there.
her a voice, and
Lauren
also
was running
show
her
the extent
fingers
to which
through
I
it.
think she was overlooked.
He's not really wearing pants either.
That she became invisible. And I think because she felt that way, all she wanted to do was run away and go live in the woods. And I know that's probably metaphorical. Of course, it's not lost on me that, or hopefully probably our gems too, that the woods symbolically in literature, and especially in fairy tales, represent danger and the unknown. And that's where Little Red Riding Hood goes and is chased by the big bad wolf. That's where Hansel and Gretel encounter the witch who wants to eat them, right? So the woods typically aren't seen as a safe place where you go to get away and escape. The woods are usually the opposite. And here you have a 13-year-old girl who wants to run away to the woods that, I think for most kids would be terrifying.
Right.
Oh my God, John.
I agree. So she wants to run to the place that we're all scared of as children.
Yeah, right. How bad does it have to be to want to run to the place that most of us want to avoid at all costs? She wants to go out in the woods and apparently confront the dragons and monsters and witches and demons. And wow, I mean, that should have been a red flag right there.
Really, John? Did you know that she liked to hike? Did you know that Madeline liked to hike, motherfucker? Thank you so much, Miss Sophia Petrillo. I want to know if they spoke with Jen's ex Hub's daughter. That would sleep over when Stearns was there. Maddie wasn't his first victim, in my opinion. It's a good question, Sophia.
Right.
So by way of introduction, I think I want to pay tribute to Madeline, and I hope we can give her a voice by
pay tribute,
really delving into some of the deeper issues that are going on in this case.
You know what I fucking hate? I hate when they say delve. They always say delve. We're going to delve into this. We're going to delve into this case. We're going to delve into the duffel bag. We're going to delve. Why are they always delving? That is a big word that ChatGPT uses, by the way. Delve.
There's a lot of them. So I don't know if we'll get to all of them.
Thanks, Harley.
But it is a heartbreaking case. And these are the kinds of little tidbits in these documents that I kept running into that are just so heartbreaking.
Tidbits.
And thank you to those that are with us tonight. You can let your friends know we're here too.
Tidbits. It's called evidence of sexual abuse, John. Tidbits. We're going to honor Maddie by calling what she went through tidbits. It's tidbits, y'all. God, I can't stand this guy. I'm going to be extra nitpicky today because he gets on my effing nerves.
Thank you for giving a voice to Madeline.
Shut up. You don't speak for Madeline.
Well, we'll do our best. So I want to talk about, the email I just read is very critical of Jennifer, obviously, and I think that has been a big part of this case is, what did Jennifer know?
Jennifer?
Why didn't Jennifer intervene?
Why are you calling her Jennifer?
Right. What kind of mother would kind of throw her child to the wolves,
Those are the questions. Yeah, many people have.
How is that possible? So I want to talk about both Stefan and Jennifer. I don't know. I'm not sure which order to go in. But I don't know. What are your thoughts?
Huh?
Well, when
You're
it came
lost.
to our first podcast, you said in order to understand Lori Vallow, we needed to understand
What?
Chad. Is there a bit of that here? Or could it be either?
Lori Vallow and Chad. Fuck. Do you think that there's one episode of theirs where they did not mention Lori or Chad?
Or
hello,
Yeah, that's
John.
a good point. I think this case is about Stefan Stearns. This case begins and ends with Stefan Stearns, because if Stefan Stearns doesn't enter the picture, or if if Stephen Stearns had a moral
Thanks,
compass,
lobsters.
we wouldn't be talking tonight.
Okay.
You know, it's true that Jennifer is no heroic mother. That's for sure. That there's a lot to talk about with Jen, and we'll talk about it. But I think I have to start with the premise that this crime is committed by Stephen Stearns. Now it's possible. I said this on our first show. It's possible the police may find evidence implicating
YouTube, don't beat yourself
Jen
up.
as a co-conspirator, but so far I haven't seen that evidence. So right now, my presumption is that Stephen acted alone, and as far as we know, Jennifer may be a horrible mother, but it's not. I can't reach the conclusion at this point that Jennifer was involved in the murder or knew about the murder or participated in it.
You're not an investigator.
In that sense, I think it's really important to place blame where it belongs, and that's with Stephen Stearns.
Okay. Yes. That's what we're seeing so far. It's the only thing we can. And he's the only person charged at this time.
It doesn't appear at all. I mean, Jennifer did make some inconsistent statements.
Yes, she did.
We're not fans of Jen Soto here either. I can't stand Jen Soto. She was 100% complicit in the murder of her daughter, in my opinion. And I think she should have suffered some kind of charges. But she didn't. And there's nothing we can do about it. But no, we're not fans of Jen Soto at all.
She said that...
Ugh, that tongue.
She initially said that she saw her daughter, Madeline, on the morning that she disappeared. Then she changed that and said that she didn't see her. She said that she heard her getting ready for school. However,
big difference.
Yeah, big difference, right? Big difference.
I mean, she's by far hated. I think Jen Soto is, well, maybe not hated more than Casey Anthony, but because Casey Anthony's case was nationwide. I don't feel like Maddie's case was as big as that. Probably because there wasn't a trial, but she's about as shitty as Casey Anthony.
In there too, by the way, even hearing her, I don't know. I question that. My guess is that
Lori.
Madeline was deceased by the time that Stephen left the home in the morning.
Correct.
No
to
shit.
supposedly take her to school.
I agree.
So, right. So Jen is saying that she heard her. I don't know how that's possible if she's deceased. So
she heard footsteps and she heard Stephen. Right.
Right, but she's
claiming she heard her.
She's claiming that she heard Madeline alive. I mean, I don't know if she's not very specific about it, but
right, I disagree.
Did she
didn't.
What does that mean? Did she hear her voice? Right, yeah. It seems unlikely that
Hey, YBE.
she actually heard Madeline in any real sense. So
God, he's so weird acting.
Let's start with Stephen. I don't know. It's hard. This is going to be an intense discussion here, and it's just a trigger warning here. There's going to be a lot I'm going to talk about here that could be upsetting.
We're going to talk about a lot.
Much of it could be of a sexual nature. Because of YouTube, I'm going to have to really restrict my vocabulary, or do the best to restrict it. But
this is what John does. By the way, he assesses criminals, but more specifically, he's worked with more sex offenders than any other.
Yeah, I've worked with hundreds of sex offenders, and the reason that's true is because in the criminal justice system, sex offenders are the most difficult to place. Sex offenders are the most difficult to assess and to place in the community or not, or to have them stay in prison. It depends on their crimes, but when somebody is murdered, there's less of a gray area. But with sex offenders, there's much more of a gray area. If a sex offender engages in sadistic sexual homicide, there's not much of a gray area. But with the sex offense, obviously it's a huge trauma and it's horrible.
Really?
But especially with first-time sex offenders, the system is more open-minded about giving them a chance. With repeat offenders, it's a little more clear-cut. But
this is supposed to be what he does too. He's supposed to evaluate sex offenders that come back out of prison into society. Ugh.
But that means that the system, the judicial system, has more uncertainty. They need more forensic evaluators like myself to assess sex offenders because of the gray area, because it's not as clear cut. Whereas, typically
I
if
agree,
you murder
Kate.
someone, and the evidence is overwhelming, you're not going to be eligible for parole or probation in the community. I mean, and oftentimes murderers will take a deal right away to avoid the death penalty, or to avoid going to trial, or so.
And is he that naive to think? You have a good point, Sherry D. First time sex offender, no such thing. And they're only sex offenders by law when they get caught. But this man doesn't take that into consideration. I mean, he sat there and listened to Stacey Wondra tell him that 21 nieces and nephews love sleeping with him because he's so loving. They love to fall asleep with him because of his big heart. And it's amazing when they sleep with him. Now, as in his position, that is a red flag. It should be a red flag for anybody, let alone someone in his position. He doesn't know shit. I agree.
But sex offenders, it's much more complicated. And so let's start with that. So Stefan Stearns, just based on what was found, the images and videos that were found on his phone,
it's okay,
is
Marie.
undoubtedly
At
a
least
sex
your
offender.
eyes are open, Marie.
I mean, he hasn't been adjudicated. He's not a convicted sex offender yet. So I guess I have to say he's an alleged sex offender. But there are images and pictures. So, let me say this.
No. This is one of the exceptions where he's not an alleged. He's not alleged. No, this is one of those cases where innocent until proven guilty is kind of out the fucking window. You have 10,000 images of Maddie. 10,000. With the abuse going back to 6 years old. This is evidence from his phone. And they're going to say alleged. I'm sorry. Screw that. He doesn't get that courtesy. Not in my eyes. Not in my fucking eyes. His girlfriend, right, Kate, his girlfriend identified his penis. Ugh.
Were found on his phone is undoubtedly a sex offender. I mean, he hasn't been adjudicated. He's not a convicted sex offender yet. So I guess I have to say he's an alleged sex offender. But there are images and pictures. So, let me say this. They found over 35,000 images and videos depicting exploitative material involving
good
children.
Point, Patty.
That's a lot.
Good point. He
It's a huge
used
number.
alleged for
in
Stefan,
some states that'll get you life alone,
but not for
in
Christina.
addition to that, they found thousands of pictures of him specifically with the victim here. Not one, not two, thousands. And that's, by the way, that is why he was so nervous about his phone, about police confiscating his phone. That's why when he went up to visit his parents, he tried to get on their Wi-Fi to get into his accounts to delete all the pictures. In the end, it really wouldn't have mattered that much because the FBI and law enforcement have ways of retrieving most of those images. Sometimes it's difficult. Sometimes they can't. But for the most part, they're pretty good about finding these images on, I don't know exactly the technology, but they're able to do it. Even if they're deleted, they can go retrieve them.
Thank you for being here, Marie. That's really nice.
So I think to understand Stefan Stearns, I need to talk about something called a paraphilia. A paraphilia is, according to the DSM, which is our Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, in this case, the 5th edition is the latest. There's a revision to the 5th edition. A paraphilia is basically a persistent and intense sexual interest. It's persistent and intense sexual interest, urges, fantasies, or behaviors that are atypical in nature. In other words,
Emmy,
a paraphilia involves what, in my field, we sometimes call deviant sexual interest. So an example of a paraphilia would be pedophilia. And
There we
pedophilia,
go.
one thing about a paraphilia, by the way, a couple things about a paraphilia. Number one, for it to be considered, for a paraphilia to be considered a disorder, it has
Sweet crazy, it's your birthday. Oh, happy birthday. I hope you have a great one.
Happy birthday, baby.
to cause distress for the individual involved, and or it can involve harm to others. Stress.
Wait.
For it to be considered, for paraphilia to be considered a disorder, it has to cause distress for the individual involved, and or it can involve harm to others.
He says and or like he's reading it from a book, literally. St. Elmo's Fire, have a nice trip. Have a safe trip. My goodness. Two birds on a wire. Thank you for being here. All of you ex-hidden gems, do not hold your heads in shame, I say. It's always good to have your eyes opened. Because think about all the people that are still watching their videos, taking this shit seriously. There's something to be said for once you see something, you can't unsee it.
Stress for the individual involved, and or it can involve harm to others.
And or.
So you could have someone, so a pedophile, for example, is someone who is essentially attracted to children, typically prepubescent children,
Ugh.
13 and under. And you could have a situation where
Wait, what did you just
somebody
say?
could-
Hold on.
typically prepubescent children, 13 and under. So you could have someone, so a pedophile, for example, is someone who is essentially attracted to children, typically prepubescent children, 13 and under. And you could have a situation where somebody could have that attraction, and it could be a primary attraction, but it doesn't cause them any distress. But it's considered a disorder because obviously if you have that attraction and you act on it, you're going to harm a child.
John, it's never okay for adults to be attracted to prepubescent kids. That's never okay. This is fucking weird. Hey, Freeway Goat. I'm going to throw up. His tongue won't stop. It's. Ugh. Never fucking okay. I mean, this should be a zero tolerance policy. Love always redacted. Thank you so much. If you guys could hit the like button, it really does help get it out to in the YouTube world. Alligator, happy Thanksgiving. Feisty Cooter. This is disturbing. Here we go.
And it could be a primary attraction, but it doesn't cause them any distress. But it's considered a disorder because obviously if you have that attraction and you act on it, you're going to harm a child.
Having a thought like that is distressing. I mean, what the fuck is he talking about? Isn't that how things begin? And then comes opportunity? Dude, this guy says he's responsible for helping determine what sex offenders get out into the public, allegedly. That he says that's his job. Who's the MAPS?
Going to harm
Who
a
are they?
vulnerable member of our society, and that would then be a disorder. So it's interesting to think of Stephen Stearns coming into Madeline Soto's life when she's 6 years old and he's 30. I think there's a lot of evidence suggesting that Stephen Stearns' primary relationship is with Madeline and not Jennifer.
Okay, right.
And
I've sensed that. So, okay.
And that's problematic. Obviously. Some of the evidence for that.
Wait a second. Is that the name they use to normalize it? MAPS? Oh, I call them pedos. That's what they are. Pedos. That is disgusting to try to normalize that. Is that what they call them to try to normalize this shit? Blech. Fuck them. Fuck you, MAPS. Pedos.
The best friend I just talked about told detectives that Stefan was always, quote, always on the phone texting and talking with Stefan. So over the course of a day, Stefan was in touch with Madeline all the time. A friend who was interviewed, a gaming friend of Stefan for several years, was interviewed by detectives. His name is Frank Peralta. You can find him in the
What
documents.
Book? What book?
He said,
what page number? What year?
Quote, Stefan
Quote.
was more upset about the bond he created with Madeline than having a relationship with Jennifer after Jennifer ended the relationship with him. So in other words, he didn't care that Jennifer broke up with him. He cared about the fact that his bond with Madeline was severed.
Mm-hmm.
We also know, based upon these documents, that Stefan really didn't have much of a sexual relationship with Jennifer. Jennifer said it was because of medication she was taking.
Oh my God.
But it seems to me that it was more than that. And we'll talk about this in a minute, because Stefan dated someone in 2022, and I don't know if that was an affair. I'm not quite sure what that was exactly. It's not clear cut.
Oh, Megyn
Maybe
Kelly.
it was a moment when Stefan and
Megyn Kelly pissed me off. I put a short about that, Sherry, on my other channel. She was like sympathetic, explaining like if they're older teenagers that it's, somehow okay. It was fucking gross. What's up, Poison Sushi?
and Jennifer had broken up. I don't know.
Yeah, that was an interesting relationship. We'll get to that.
Me too. I'm done with her too.
So, but you have a situation here where you have a 30-year-old who's developing this really close bond with a 6-year-old who really doesn't apparently have much of a physical interest in the mother. He's
physical interest in the mother?
He's spending considerable time with Madeline, right? He's texting her all the time. He's talking to her.
Okay.
He mentions that he tells this girlfriend, her first name is Marilee. He tells Marilee, Marilee asks him to stay over at her house. This is in 2022. And he tells her, no, he basically can't do that because Madeline can't sleep unless he's in bed with her.
With Madeline.
So,
right.
With Madeline, right. So he has to go home. He can't be with the girlfriend. He has to go home because Madeline expects that he's going to be, go to bed. And that Madeline has a strong need to, quote, snuggle with him to go to sleep.
Oh my God. Madeline does or he does? Do you hear this motherfucker? Here, I'm going to play Megyn Kelly. You might not see it right, but this is the short I made. Listen to her.
As for Epstein, I've said this before, but just as a reminder, I do know somebody very, very close to this case who is in a position to know virtually everything. Not everything, but virtually everything. And this person has told me from the start, years and years ago, that Jeffrey Epstein, in this person's view, was not a pedophile. This is this person's view, who was there for a lot of this, but that he was into the barely legal type. Like he liked 15-year-old girls. And I realize this is disgusting. I'm definitely not trying to make an excuse for this. I'm just giving you facts. That he wasn't into like 8-year-olds, but he liked the very young teen types that could pass for even younger than they were, but would look legal to a passerby. And that is what I believed, and that was what I reliably was told for many years. And it wasn't until we heard from Pam Bondi that they had tens of thousands of videos of alleged, forgive me, they used to call it kiddie porn, now they call it child sexual abuse material, on his computer, that for the first time I thought, oh no, he was an actual pedophile. I mean, only a pedophile gets off on young children abuse videos. She's never clarified it. I don't know whether it's true. I have to be honest. I don't really trust Pam Bondi's word on the Epstein matters anymore. Yeah, so I don't know what's true about him, but we have yet to see anybody come forward and say, I was I was under 10. I was under 14 when I first came within his purview. Look, You can say that's a distinction without a difference.
No, it's not.
I think
Yeah,
there is a
it is.
difference. There's a difference between a
Wow.
15-year-old and a 5-year-old. You know, it's just whatever.
I was disgusted. I won't watch her again. That is so gross. She has a daughter. Yeah, she has a daughter that's a teenager. Is she 14? Sick. Oh, I had it all wrong. And the way she said kiddie porn. Ugh. It's so disgusting. These people are twisted, dude, and they're putting this narrative out there that this is somehow normal, that somehow we make an excuse. We don't make excuses for pedos. We don't make excuses for people who harm and take advantage of those under 18. Oof. I know. It makes me sick. And to see someone with that big of a reach just brazenly saying it like that. I mean, it's not even hidden anymore. She like brazenly outright said it. All right, let's get back to Lauren and John. Oh, thank you, Cram. For Thanksgiving, I am thankful Cooterville has custody of me. Happy Thanksgiving to all the Cooters. Stay safe. Thank you. And right back at you, Cram It. We love you so much. You guys sub up to Cram It 1.0. She just released a new Lauren video today, or yesterday, or last night. Sorry. Angela, I happened to catch it and I was disgusted. I was like, what is she saying? I couldn't believe my ears. Sherry, thank you so much for gifting a cootership. Welcome in, Mellow Joe. Come on in and close your legs. Cram It. We got to get some turkeys for Cram It. Let's let the turkeys out for just a second. There you go. A little bit turkey action. You guys make sure you're thawing your turkeys. Put it in your sink with water. Kylie, enjoy your mom.
These are all red flags. This is not normal behavior.
Oh, it's so funny, John.
For a 30-year-old, 30 to 37-year-old, and a 6 to 13-year-old. So that's the period we're talking about. We're talking about 7 years.
It shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter.
Let me just talk about, so the research on pedophiles is not super clear cut, but there are some broad findings that I just want to talk about quickly here. It's believed that pedophilic disorder develops during adolescence, and often pedophiles come from abuse or neglect in the home, or many of them are deprived of close relationships in childhood. So there's some probability that they're going to have attachment issues, which, as many of our listeners probably know, seems to be a common theme among a lot of criminals. They often experience sexual and relationship difficulties that lead them into relationships with children where they feel in control and they feel a greater sense of mastery over those relationships. So that's a big part of this and I've worked with a lot of sex offenders and a lot of pedophiles over the years. And that is a common theme that I've observed, is that there's this discomfort with adult relationships, that they're more at ease and they're more emotionally connected to children than pedophiles are than they are to adults.
God.
And one of the reasons for that is that they believe they can control children's reactions to them, that they can prevent children from rejecting them. They can prevent children from belittling them, right? That they have more control over how children are going to treat them.
Weird wording, for sure.
Whereas adults obviously are more independent and have the capacity to reject and to leave and to, to give them negative feedback, right? To let them know that they have flaws. And pedophiles aren't fond of learning that they have flaws. So often they're quite insecure about that. Some other elements of pedophiles typically that they're immature and they're quite insecure. Flaws.
Watch this. Look at Gen X Pop said, do you think his TBI played a part? If they start to use Stefan has a brain injury, I'm going to lose it.
And pedophiles aren't fond of learning that they have flaws. So often they're quite insecure about that.
Oh, well, what does that say about you, Dr. John? You're pretty insecure about your flaws. I mean, look at the way he held it against Hellas. Jesus.
Some other elements of pedophiles typically that they're immature. And they tend to be quite anxious, as I just mentioned, they tend to be quite anxious about normal adult sexual relationships. Another element is the pedophiles have a tendency to blame children
He's reading
for their sexual relationships. This was something I found to be very common. I remember there was a pedophile I worked with for like 7 years. And his thing was always, it took years to get past this, but his argument was always that his victim, who happened to be around the same age as Madeline, that she came onto him, that she was giving him signals of interest. And of course he had to act on that because she was showing romantic and sexual interest in him. And that's quite common in pedophiles, that there's a tendency to blame. There's also some research or evidence showing that brain abnormalities may play a role, specifically the frontal lobes and maybe the amygdala. They might be implicated in some of the attraction to children. So there could be some brain abnormalities or structural issues. And typically pedophiles also have at least one other major psychological disorder. So many of them have other mental health issues that are concurrent with the pedophilia. And I think that's probably true here as well, by the way. So, I don't know what that is. I can't tell you what that other disorder would be, but it's interesting to know that on this issue of blame.
I agree with that, Cole.
That Stefan told his father, Chris, he was having a conversation with Chris, and the detectives heard this. And Chris asked him if Stefan was involved in what happened.
Ashley.
And he answered,
yes.
Yeah. And then he said something interesting. He said, yeah, well, I didn't start it.
He has shark eyes. You're right. Look at those. I didn't start it.
Now, I guess there's a lot of ways you can interpret that, but one way that I would interpret it is he's blaming the victim. He's essentially saying, well, I didn't start it. Madeline started it.
That's how I take it.
She showed interest in me. She's the one who came on to me. And along
Joanne says this is a hard listen, but Dr. John is so good at what he does.
Those lines, there was a moment in the documents when
Cheyenne,
when Stefan during his interview mentioned that Madeline had engaged in, he was very vague, but he said that she had engaged in some sexual stuff when she was much younger on her phone. And he couldn't recall what it was. But the implication of that, again, it speaks to this issue of blaming the victim. The issue there is he's implying that, well, yeah, you know what? Madeline was already sexual before I met her. She was already overly sexualized as a little girl. And there was a sexual stuff. I don't quite remember what it was. He describes it in his interviews as a sexual incident.
Wait, what?
Madeline was already sexual before I met her. She was already overly sexualized as a little girl. And there was a sexual stuff. I don't quite remember what it was.
He met her when she was 6.
He describes it in his interviews as a sexual incident when she was younger. And he said, yeah, there was a sexual incident. He said, but quote, but she wasn't scolded for it. He said that, right? But so.
Why does he think that's funny? Why is this so inappropriate? Like, why is it funny that Madeline wasn't? He's a freak.
But she wasn't scolded for it. He said that.
He said that. God, this guy is so inappropriate, man.
Right? But so.
Hey, Crimes. Happy Thanksgiving.
Again, he's clearly trying to pin this on Madeline.
Yeah.
And suggest that she's the one who's sexual. She's the one who came on to me. She's the one who wanted this.
Okay, we get that.
And that, by the way, is quite common with pedophiles and sex offenders in general, by the way. So, but in particular with offenders that have an attraction to minors.
You said something was wrong with their brain, and we got like 6 questions all at once about a possible TBI that he had when he was younger, a traumatic brain injury. Do those, and I know it's a bit of a tangent, but to ask, because so many questions came down about it, can that also play a part?
He has no clue. He's not a neurologist.
He had a traumatic brain injury as a child.
He doesn't know.
Yeah.
He don't know.
Yeah, for sure.
Stop.
So yeah, it could absolutely play a role. I mean, there's no clear-cut answers to what creates a pedophile at this point. But yes, the brain abnormalities
Stop.
could definitely play a role. So it is, yeah, and that's worth pointing out. Thank you for pointing that out, because yeah, the TBI, depending on the severity and the parts of the brain it affected, especially if it affects the amygdala, which is kind of the emotional center of the brain, that could have a real impact on his ability to connect to other human beings emotionally, which could lead him to this immaturity, and it could lead him to kind of these developmental delays and these relationship deficits, which leads him to congruence. The term we use is he has emotional congruence with kids. So it leads to this emotional congruence with kids where he feels more comfortable with kids. In some ways, you could argue that the TBI stunts his development. So if the TBI occurs when he's 8, let's say hypothetically,
oh my God,
then maybe in some ways he's
so we're hypothetically speaking to give a pedophile an excuse for being a pedophile. That's what we're doing here at Hidden True Crime. Pieces of crap.
Occurs when he's 8, let's say hypothetically, then maybe in some ways he's similar to that age, and he relates to children that are 8. And that, by the way, could be part of the issue here. I think one of the things that Stefan Stearns was struggling with was the fact that Madeline was reaching puberty.
She just flicked her hair. Stefan Stearns was struggling with her. He is.
January of 2024, she started her menstrual cycle.
Wait, what? Oh my God. What? Oh, this is so hard to listen to, you guys.
That Madeline was reaching puberty.
Look at Lauren.
In January of 2024, she started her menstrual cycle.
No, just 1 month prior.
Well, yeah, 1.5 months.
What the fuck? We don't know that was her first period. Why are they saying this stuff?
Prior to the murder, and she was developing a crush on different boys. She was talking about boys at school and at home. Stefan actually heard her talking about that. So there was this increased sense of independence. And my guess is that these changes were having a major impact on Stefan. In many ways, I think Stefan was interested in keeping her regressed or keeping her infantile. He didn't want her to grow up. And that's something, by the way, I've seen with a lot of pedophiles. If they target a specific victim and that victim now starts reaching puberty or getting older, a lot of times they'll lose interest and they'll try to find other victims at that point that are more consistent with their fantasies. So yes, it's hard. Again, it's hard to tease out all the different elements that might create a pedophile. But I mean, I mentioned some of them. Many of these would run together. So yeah, the TBI could certainly play a role.
Thank you. Moving on.
So let's say hypothetically, and again, I don't know
Here
for
we
sure.
go.
It seems like has some qualities of a pedophile, but I can't diagnose him as a pedophile. I haven't met him or talked to him or interviewed him, but he clearly has this interest in this young girl, and it appears to me like he's targeted Jennifer to reach Madeline. In fact, it kind of reminds me, for those on the book club 1 month, we talked about Abducted in Plain Sight, which I'm sure you'll remember well.
Sure. She wasn't paying attention.
Is about
she's muted.
A pedophile who targets a young girl, and he develops a relationship with the parents to get to the young girl.
This is what they did in their book club. What in the fuck? This is what they talked about in their book club? Isn't their book club in Patreon? Was their book club in Patreon? Because this is disturbing. Why is everything about pedophiles?
about Abducted in Plain Sight, which I'm sure you'll remember well, is about a pedophile who targets a young girl, and he develops a relationship with the parents to get to the young girl. And in fact, he goes so far as to have sexual relationships with both parents so that he can have access to their daughter when he needs access to the daughter. And if he's...
This is what they're reading about and discussing?
Because of those sexual relationships, he has leverage, and he uses that as a type of extortion to get his way.
Okay.
So let's talk about, let's dig a little bit deeper. So you have this potential pedophilic interest in younger children. But one of the things in the documents that's really fascinating is on his phone, there were a number of images with Madeline. And I can't, in my job, I would read these images, but on YouTube, I would read what these are, but I can't hear. So
right. Even I didn't read them in the evidence. It was in the evidence, and I actually just lessened it. So,
but let me just, I'm going to give our listeners a sense of why this is so important and why we need. Is on his phone. There were a number
I was
of images.
muted. My bad. I can't remember what I said. Sorry. I was muted because my dogs were barking. I'm sorry. I don't remember what the fuck I said, so we're just going to keep going.
With Madeline. And I can't, in my job, I would read these images, but on YouTube, I would read what these are, but I can't.
Oh, it was about Insightful One. Yeah, Insightful One from Web Sleuth. She said he targeted Jen for her daughter. That's what she said. That was Stacy, the Insightful One from Web Sleuth. And happy Thanksgiving, Pines, to you and your partner. Love you both.
Can't hear.
Mean
so,
it.
right. Even I didn't read them in the evidence. It was in the evidence, and I actually,
but I can't
Watch
hear.
his tongue.
So,
right.
Watch.
Even I didn't read them in the evidence.
Slurp one.
It was in the evidence, and I actually just
Slurp
lessened
two.
it. So,
but let me just, I'm going to give our listeners a sense of why this is so important and why we need to talk. If you want to understand Stefan Stearns, you got to understand this stuff.
Why do we want to understand Stefan Stearns? Why do we want to understand Stefan Stearns? Stefan Stearns should be locked away and never spoken about again. Why do we want to understand him? Are we going to, did they make merch like Stefan? There's a reason I did this with Stefan's face on it.
So in one of the pictures, Stefan is using stuff. Okay, I'm gonna back up here.
Oh, you read a little ahead, didn't you, dum-dum? Look at him fucking up. This guy doesn't know anything.
Stefan is using stuff. Okay, I'm gonna back up here. Stefan is. This is on image. The images are numbered. I'm not going to read the numbers. You guys can find these if you want to look at them. But let's call this image 1. Stefan is engaging in sexual activity while quote while the victim appears to be sleeping, unquote. Image number 2. Stefan is engaging in sexual behavior, quote, while the victim appears to be sleeping, unquote. Image number 3. Stefan is engaging in sexual behavior, quote, while the victim appears to be sleeping, unquote.
Mm-hmm. Never settle. I noticed it too, way back when.
Image number 4.
Go ahead.
Image number 4.
One thing that people maybe don't know is that these motherfuckers were on my radar years ago. I always thought he was creepy. Me and my mods used to exchange pictures of him and her with horns on their heads. So when she actually did that, it was like, I don't know, Groundhog Day. But I've had these motherfuckers, I've been looking at them, watching them, knew something was off, but couldn't say anything because you know what? I would have been fucking annihilated on YouTube because their followers were so ingrained in their channel. And I'm so glad that I get to voice my opinion now. It's so liberating. And it's got to be liberating for Christina and her group of friends, you know, those gatherers, to see that people see the truth.
Stefan is engaging in sexual behavior, quote, while the victim appears to be sleeping, unquote.
So we see a theme.
Right. There's a theme and there's a term for that. That also is another paraphilia. So that's why I wanted to lead with paraphilias.
Okay.
There's a paraphilia for this. It's called somnophilia.
Oh my
and
God.
I've actually, so I've assessed hundreds of sex offenders over the year. I've had probably,
you have jonophilia.
I don't know, 2 or 3 cases of somnophilia. They're very rare. But this is a really critical component of this case. So somnophilia is essentially sexual activity with someone who is sleeping and or unconscious. So there's some dispute about this, by the way, because initially somnophilia was called Sleeping Beauty syndrome. And what that meant was that someone who was a somnophiliac would
go Mindy.
They would target someone who was sleeping. They would engage in start sexual activity with that person. The person would wake up, sort of like Sleeping Beauty when the prince kisses her, she wakes up. Same thing, that a somnophiliac was initially thought to derive their sexual interest from someone who woke up from sleep when they started sexual activity. However, that definition has changed over time to include unconscious people, unconscious victims, because it's not at all
unconscious people.
All clear cut. The current research is much more complicated. It doesn't appear that the main type of arousal is from the victim waking.
Not McSpunky.
And I'm going to
Where's
talk about that in a second.
Was he on the screen? I missed McSpunky.
So what's important about, okay, so let me, I'm sorry. I've got so much to juggle here. I'm just kind of losing track.
It's okay. And I'm staying quiet so that you can juggle away.
I'm trying to juggle a lot of information here, so stay with me.
Dude, you shouldn't need all these papers. It isn't that fucking hard to figure out. This is pretty cut and dry.
Let's talk about, I want to talk a little bit about some fairly recent research. This is an article.
Oh my God.
You guys may not be able to see it. This is an article called Somnophilia, Examining Its Various Forms and Associated Constructs.
Christ. Look at this shit. They print it. Look at Grayson prints it. Oh, you can't see. Hold on. Look at this shit. Clearly, Grayson prints these and staples them. Ew, look at his hands. I bet they're really soft. She prints this out. What losers. Ooh.
Be able to see it. This is an article called Somnophilia, Examining Its Various Forms and Associated Constructs. This is from a journal called Sexual Abuse, 2021. So it's fairly recent. Volume 33.
That's good.
It's Elizabeth Dehan and Ross Bartels. This is an important article on somnophilia.
It's impotent. Listen
what
close.
The authors found was that somnophilia is highly correlated with.
There's ballet flats. Hey, Janice, happy Thanksgiving. Sitting down.
Somnophilia is highly correlated with necrophilia, sadistic fantasies, sexual dominance, and assault fantasies. So there's certain terms I can't use on YouTube, but there's a paraphilia called biastophilia, which is essentially. Biastophilia is essentially where arousal is dependent upon assaulting an unconsenting person. So there's a term I can't use on YouTube, but biastophilia it's the R word.
The R word?
It's
John?
Yep.
It's basically arousal that's dependent upon sexual assault.
Yeah, got it.
And so what the research is showing now is in necrophilia, for those who don't know, that is arousal with a deceased person or a corpse.
Good God, John. He licked his lips after that. Oh. Oh, my goodness gracious. Happy Thanksgiving, Cooterville. Oh.
A deceased person or a corpse. And what's important about this is what they all have in common is not only the lack of consent,
Hold on, I gotta fix my screen.
but sort of this violent component.
Yeah.
But there's absolutely no empathy for the victims.
Yeah, you don't have any. Ugh.
Gosh.
As I'm going to read a little bit from Dehan and Bartles from the article I just mentioned.
Bartles?
In their study, they say, quote, these results provide support for the view that somnophilia is linked to an interest in non-consensual sex.
Right, Purple.
They go on. Sadistic fantasies
Purple
and the
says
need
he
for
should have
sexual
an
dominance
outline.
were correlated positively with active somnophilia.
Bartles and James.
So if you think of consent as occurring along a continuum from obviously someone who's conscious to someone who's completely unconscious on the other end, or let's go further, someone who's deceased, somnophilia is definitely at the end towards deceased, right? And so there's different forms that this paraphilia can take, which is that someone could be sleeping, they could be drugged, they could be comatose, or they could be dead, right? And I'm going to continue reading from some of the documents.
Eve, I don't know. Now he's going back to the documents. So he reads from a book or a fucking printout, and then he goes back to the documents. I can't stand this guy. Does anybody remember who Lauren was referring to when she talked about a boy who passed away, and that's why she dressed in bright colors for his memory? Does anybody remember that? I don't, but maybe someone in chat.
Quote, there were text messages between Stefan and Jennifer claiming that Stefan gave Madeline an extra dose of her medication when it was not necessary. What was her medication? She took hydroxyzine. Hydroxyzine is an anxiety medication, and it's also an anesthetic for surgery that can render people unconscious.
Oh, John. You're struggling. Save him, Lauren.
Key.
Who?
Stefan. When they searched his cell phones, Stefan did a search for a drug called sevoflurane.
Can you say that 3 times fast, John?
Sevoflurane is also a general anesthetic that causes a loss of consciousness before and during surgery. Stefan was searching for the item he searched for specifically and looking for this drug was, quote, show up in a drug test, unquote. So
Walila.
I think you guys, hopefully I'm developing a picture here where this is someone who is clearly pushing the boundaries when it comes to consensual sex. I mean, you
it's a
can't.
Tough case for sure.
A pedophile, first, let's start. A pedophile obviously doesn't engage in consensual sex.
Oh my God.
Because it's a minor.
Okay, the fact that he just wants to go on and on about this and she's tuned him out and he has this book club about this same topic. Do you think he talks about pedophilia a lot?
Right, but if you take it to the next level and you start getting into somnophilia.
Next level?
It gets even worse. We're all with you. We're all with you. So,
right.
Yeah, you don't need to explain it. Yeah.
Right. You're rendering someone unconscious. So let's move on.
Wow. She's like, John, we're live. No details on the live. We can only talk like that in private. She's disgusted with him too. How bad does it have to be when Lauren is disgusted?
Yeah.
Right. You're rendering someone unconscious. So let's move on to this next piece of it. This next piece of information is just stunning. So I'm going to read this. So Stefan dated this woman. Her name's Marilee. I'm not going to mention her last name. You guys can find this in the docs if you want to take a look. They had a brief, intimate relationship. I'm going to read what Marilee told the detective.
So he was just corrected in this comment. She said hydroxyzine is an antihistamine, sometimes used for anxiety. It's not an analgesic or anesthetic. Ooh, look at his tongue. Ooh. God, every time I pause, it's his fucking tongue.
I'm going to read what Marilee told the detective. The detective asked her about their intimate relationship. In other words, her intimate relationship with Stefan. Marilee disclosed that, quote, Stefan had a tough time having an erection.
Oh my
Marilee
God.
described one very weird occasion where Stefan had her lay face down completely flat.
Oh my God.
As if she was.
He picks these tidbits. This is not a tidbit we need to know. Oh my God, you guys. We're about to hear about Stefan and his ex-girlfriend and how she laid down like she was dead. Good God.
Dead. And he had sexual intercourse with her. Marilee said that was the only time that he was ever very erect.
Oh my God.
And she said it was.
There you go. That's all. Yeah. There you go.
So,
Confirming where you're going. Right.
right. So now you can see, right, exactly. So now you can see how somnophilia could be related to.
You can even hear his tongue in the mic. He's so excited about this. Listen close.
Where you're going.
Listen.
Right. So now you can see, right, exactly. So now you can see see how somnophilia could be related to some of these to necrophilia. Right. And when you learn this about Stefan Stearns, it really raises the question for me. It raises the question of what happened that evening that Madeline was harmed, right? Was she drugged? We know that she was, that the cause of death was strangulation.
Red flags.
Right? Was she drugged? Here's a frightening thought. I don't know if I can say this on YouTube, but
really?
Well, don't. I mean, I think we already.
Why would you say it? Like,
be a little bit more.
Okay.
What?
Right.
Oh my God, he got all excited. Oh, I don't think I can say this on YouTube. What the fuck is wrong with you, dude?
I mean,
be a little bit.
But
well, don't.
Drugged. Here's a frightening thought. I don't know if I can say this on YouTube, but
why would you want to? Why would you want to go that dark with it? The only reason he stopped is because of monetization on YouTube. There's no outrage. There's no outrage from either one of them. They are like, emotionless. Besides laughter or smiling, I mean.
But
well, don't. I mean, I think we already need to maybe be a little bit more.
Okay. Right. I mean, so I'm sure our listeners can go to some of the, right, I'm sure their imaginations will carry them to some of the darkest spots you could imagine, but I don't think.
What? He wants their listeners to go to the darkest spot they could imagine.
Right. I'm sure their imaginations will carry them to some of the darkest spots you could imagine, but I don't think it's unreasonable to go there here.
He doesn't think it's unreasonable.
When you learn that he's having necrophilic fantasies.
Right.
Right. It doesn't take long to figure out what the possibilities are here and how horrid that is.
Right.
So, I mean, did he harm her because of those fantasies? Right. Like, I think this is going to push us close.
Did he harm her because of those fantasies? What is he doing?
Closer to what occurred that night. I think basically there's two scenarios that you can come up with. I can come up with here. One is that there was some type of altercation.
That's one possibility. Yeah.
One is that there was an altercation where Madeline, maybe she was drugged. She woke up. She was, even for her, it was too much. She fought back. Right. Something like that. There's some situation where Madeline becomes upset and Stefan has to subdue her, strangle her.
Wow.
The other possibility, I think, is that it may have been an accident, that perhaps he was engaged in some type of erotic asphyxiation. It seems like something he would probably do. Maybe she was partially drugged. I don't know, but he didn't intend necessarily to harm her. And he did. He went too far. The argument for that, I think, would be the fact that he knew that Jennifer was downstairs. And if he inadvertently killed her, I think he probably recognized that he would have to find a way around Jennifer. And it's, if you're going to do something like this that's completely premeditated, you're probably not going to do it in an upstairs bedroom of your ex when she's dead.
Wait, what?
If you're going to do something like this that's completely premeditated, you're probably not going to do it in an upstairs bedroom of your ex.
Ex? So he believes that they were that what? But he's gonna molest Maddie up there, right? Oh my God, this guy is fucking nuts.
Like it's if you're going to do something like this that's completely premeditated, you're probably not going to do it in an upstairs bedroom of your ex when she's downstairs on the couch and can hear you, right? It seems to me, but then again, this is someone who is Stefan is someone who's, by most accounts, he's pretty impulsive. And so it's probably not something he was thinking about. I think he was obviously thinking about his own gratification. And
what?
And this event occurred, and then he had to try to solve it. Not well, by the way, but he was put in that predicament. So
what? This is too much. He was put in that predicament. He had to act.
And this event occurred, and then he had to try to solve it. Not well, by the way, but he was put in that predicament. So I think the important point is that when you combine some elements of pedophilia with elements of somnophilia with some necrophilic fantasies, that's a prescription for disaster.
Clearly.
And that's what happened here. And then when you take the fact, I think that Madeline was getting older. I think she was becoming more independent. There could have been some jealousy about her new crushes. He could have been threatened by the fact that he couldn't control her as much. If one of the goals of a pedophile is to master the relationship and control the relationship, then he was probably losing some control as she got older. He was certainly losing control when Jennifer kicked him out of the house, essentially, and he wasn't around Madeline as much. So maybe he saw this as a window of opportunity to engage in this type of behavior one last time before he was exiled back to Northport. I don't know. There's a lot of possibilities here. I think the fact that Madeline was reaching puberty and menstruating also meant that she could get pregnant.
Correct.
Right? Is it possible? Is it possible that she was pregnant? I don't know. I want to know if I presume law enforcement's going to look at these things, but
why is he smiling about her being pregnant? Watch.
Is it possible that she was pregnant? I don't know. I want to know.
He's disgusting.
No, if I presume law enforcement's going to look at these things, but did she have drugs in her system? Was she pregnant? Right? If she was pregnant and she told him, "I'm keeping this baby," that would not go. I'm sure that would not sit well with him. So,
or just the fear that she.
What?
If she was pregnant and she told him, "I'm keeping this baby," that would not go. I'm sure that would not sit well with him.
This would not sit well with him, and he laughs. Nah, there's something wrong with the way he's even presenting speculation. There's a way to speculate on cases. But this case, I've speculated on things. We all talked about whether she could have been pregnant or not. but there definitely wasn't laughter along with that discussion. It's not fucking funny. Oh, I never thought, oh, that wouldn't have sat well with Stefan there. Old Stefan would have been, oh, no, he wouldn't have settled for that. No. This guy is off. There's something off. More so than just what he's doing. It's him. It's his presentation and the way he's comfortable presenting like this.
Was she pregnant, right? If she was pregnant and she told him, I'm keeping this baby, that would not go, I'm sure that would not sit well with him. So,
Or just the fear that she could be.
or the fear, right? I mean, exactly. So, could that be a motive? You know, I think there's some interesting motives here. I mean,
Interesting motives. I think that it's more than no social awareness. I think it's beyond that. I think that it shows character and who someone really is inside when they react this way to things that are so extremely the opposite of their reaction. So, for example, this is a case that outraged most people. Outraged, like mad, angry, passionate about, standing up for this little girl who didn't have anyone to stand up for her in life. I don't get this vibe from them ever in any of their streams. Like when I'm on J's for Justice doing true crime and I covered Maddie's case extensively, there was never laughter. Nothing's funny. It's just a weird reaction and it tells me there's something wrong. And the fact that she just sits there is, I mean, obviously she's fucking weird anyway. But him, more so, very, very inappropriate. The fact that he's comfortable enough to laugh and talk about a 13-year-old being pregnant says everything I need to know about him. Everything I need to know. If I saw this and it was my first time watching them, I'd never need to even go to their channel again. It's very inappropriate. And Maddie's case is so extremely sad and infuriating that to see someone even remotely crack a smile is fucking weird. You know? I don't know if that makes sense, but it makes sense to me.
Was she pregnant, right? If she was pregnant and she told him, I'm keeping this baby.
Be safe, young black. See you in 15,
that would not go,
girl.
I'm sure that would not sit well with him. So,
Or just the fear that she could be.
Or the fear, right? I mean, exactly. So, could that be a motive? You know, I think there's some interesting motives here. I mean, obviously they're all tragic, but if we're trying to figure this out and understand it, I think these elements are absolutely critical for really, getting below the surface and getting a picture of what really happened that night. So this narrative about that I initially started with, that maybe this is just a psychopath that, engages in murder. I don't think it's that. That's not to say, that's not to say, I don't know Stefan Stearns. So that's not to say there couldn't be some elements of that. There might be, you could have a psychopath who's a pedophile, who is a somnophiliac, right? You could have, that has necrophilic fan. You could have all that. But it seems to me that, that this really starts with the sexual deviance, with the paraphilias, and that you have to understand those to understand Stefan Stearns. And if you throw on a personality disorder or some other stuff, sure, that would help our understanding. But I really think what happened that night of the 25th, February 25th, it really had to do with the sexual deviance that Stefan Stearns was struggling with, or
Kalisa, that's a good question.
These paraphilias that he had.
Okay.
Or I guess I should say he allegedly have, because I can't prove it. I haven't met him or interviewed him.
And where was her mother this whole time?
Right. Why
is that funny? Where was her mother this whole time? And he laughed.
Her mother this whole time.
Fake outrage from her. And then he can't control his laughter.
Or interviewed him.
And where was her mother this whole time?
Right. Where was her mother? Yeah, should we start? You want to close in on that question?
I would like to. Yeah. I would like to know about Jen, because this is heartbreaking. We learned about Stefan, but her mother was downstairs and had been for 6 years, 7 years, or in the same room as her. So not just that night.
I just want to close this thought on somnophilia with a quote from D. Hannon Bartles, the article.
We're back to Bartles and
because
James.
I think this really helps make sense of what somnophilia and necrophilia are about. And the quote is,
Jesus Christ.
Quote, it could be argued that non-consensual somnophilia is driven by an underlying interest in passivity, power, and the elimination of the possibility of rejection, rather than an overt interest in sexual aggression. And that's really important because I do believe, and this is true of pedophiles in general, the one of the reasons that they
Put
have
a one
this
in
emotional
chat if you
congruence
hate
with
John.
children is because they don't want to get rejected. They don't want that feeling of being abandoned, and they can have more control over those relationships with children. And that's exactly what they're saying about somnophilia, and that would be true of necrophilia and biastophilia as well. So I think that's an important point. This idea of
Biastophilia? Isn't that like bestiality? Why is he saying biastophilia? Johnophilia. The creepy feeling you get when you watch Hidden True Crime and John's fucking sticking his tongue out while talking about pedophiles. Johnophilia.
Of the sex offender seeking power and strength and control. And in fact, there's a quote from, where did I put it?
Oh my God.
There's a quote from Jen saying about Stefan that he would become angry at Maddie if she, quote, didn't.
Oh, wait. Look at this shit.
I want to say thank you for making it
Sherry, thank you so much for making it happen. Thank you for your super chat. She says 1111. I'm with you. I'll add a 1 to that. Look at this comment. For those that need, oh my God, this is disgusting. Blue Sky, whoever that is, their mod. For those that need a little break from the heavy topic, ghost emoji. Limited fall HTC t-shirts just dropped today. Ghost emoji. Link to the merch store. Use the code LiveDeal10 for a discount during the live. Ghost emoji.
for making it happen.
Thank you again, Sherry. So generous. John's laughter is more so, in my opinion, a nervous laughter than a creepy laughter. You think he's nervous? Well, I would say I agree with you, but the fact that he's so comfortable talking about a 13-year-old being pregnant or having her period and things like that, it tells me that he isn't nervous. So I think his laughter comes from a different place, and I think it's really dark. And, like, I don't even want my mind to go to the place that his mind goes when he chuckles. You know what I mean? Like, I don't even want to understand that. Just like Stefan Stearns, I don't want to understand why he abused Madeline from 6 to 13 and then killed her. Like, I don't want to understand that. There's no understanding it. He's a pedophile, period. End of story. That's it. That's it. That's all. Thank you so much, Colleen, for your super chat. Such arrogant weirdos. I never liked them. Thanks for showing people who these weirdos tick. Thank you. Right, and especially men are very uncomfortable, you know, talking about periods. I mean, some guys don't even want to go in the store and buy tampons. You know what I'm saying? But this is just despicable. If you need to take a break from the heavy topic, go buy our merch. It's like, imagine, you know, being, I don't know, man, like, oh, go over to our little merch tent, walk away from here and go to the merch tent. Thank you so much, Callie, for your super chat. Happy Thanksgiving to you.
She didn't want to do what was asked of her.
Well, there you go.
So apparently he was mad at her a lot, but he was obviously interested in this issue of control and power. And this, by the way, this is a predominant theme that we always talk about with many, many criminals, which is this transformation from weakness and vulnerability and shame and rejection,
Grayson
and
probably
transforming
wrote
that
it.
into the sense of dominance and mastery and omnipotence and power. And you see that here, I think, that the reason he's targeting Madeline and a young girl is to feel this sense of power and to eliminate the possibility of rejection. Okay, so are we,
Yes.
do we have time? Do we have time to cover?
I hope so. Not too long. That's why I wanted to jump
He's got to go more
to Jen because
right.
we are all wondering.
Okay, couple things. Let me start with a couple things with Jen. The detectives do an interview with Jennifer, and
that's hilarious.
the detective showed her some of the photographs of the images that I just talked about earlier, which clearly show Stefan engaging in these illegal behaviors with Madeline.
Oh no, Grayson wasn't with them then, was she? This was before Grayson, because this was September of 2024. Ew, Jay, Blue Sky is that platform they made kind of like Twitter, and it's a known cesspool for pedos. What? Are you serious, Emmy Joe? That's disturbing AF.
And Jen said that at that point, Jen said she thought Stefan was guilty. And then she said this. The detective said, I asked her what she thought Stefan was guilty of. And she replied, quote, he's been grooming and abusing my child.
Yes, Jen. Yes.
I asked her what she thought Stefan was guilty of.
Yeah, they had a wrench. That person, Blue Sky, I've never heard of that, but it seems like several of you have. That person had a wrench.
And she replied, quote, he's been grooming and abusing my child. So my question there, I mean, I don't think that's one of the most important statements in all of these documents, by the way. She recognizes. So the question here is, does she know that before?
We love all the X hidden gems.
Right. That's the question.
Or does she have the insight after, right? Like, that's what I'm struggling with here.
That's the question, right? Is okay, she realizes it in this interview, but did she just all of a sudden suddenly realize this after 6 or 7 years? Or did she know?
Right. And that's the big question. I mean, I kind of go back and forth. I don't think that grooming is a term that a lot of mothers typically would know unless they've thought about it.
Hmm?
So if I had to guess, it seems to me she's been thinking about this.
Yeah.
Or considering it, which would imply.
I think pedos can use any of those encrypted sites like Signal, WhatsApp, what you guys are talking about. They can be started on something totally different, and then pedos use that. Just like Instagram. Pedos use Instagram all day long. I think any of those weird platforms can be used by pedos. But I don't know about it.
Right. As Blue Sky says, yes, she knew. So people think she knew. Kim's asking, when did she figure it out? Right.
Yeah, when did she figure it out? And then, of course, we have the statement about early on the detective pressed her about whether sleeping arrangements in the home, and Jen initially says, no, I've got a strict rule. I love this. I've got a strict
Telegram
rule
too, yeah.
that there's no sleeping.
What?
It's I'm sorry, it's funny because it's so absurd.
It is.
Like to go from having a strict rule about not sleeping in the same bed to, okay, yeah, I needed some sleep because I had a new job.
Wow, that laughter was a little too much. Thank you, Sherry. Character counts get me all the time. Let me try again. John's laughter is creepy as fuck. It is a nervous laughter. Makes me wonder what the fuck is up with him. Listening to him makes my stomach turn. Thank you for the more explained version. Thank you for your support.
Arrangements in the home, and Jen initially says, no, I've got a strict rule. I love this. I've got a strict rule that there's no sleeping. it's I'm sorry, it's funny because it's so absurd. Like to go from having a strict rule about not sleeping in the same bed to, okay, yeah, I needed some sleep because I had a new job.
No, she said that to cover her tracks, idiot. This guy is horrible at assessing people. I don't have a degree, and I think I'm better at assessing people than this guy. She said it to the cops so that they wouldn't. She said the complete opposite, dumbass. And it's not funny. It's gross. It's fucking gross. Look at her. She chuckled too. Look at her face. She's not exempt from this. It just doesn't move as much. God, she looks like a mannequin. Isn't that freaky? She doesn't even look real. How does one do that? How does one accomplish a look where they don't look real? Look how inflated the cheeks are compared to the forehead. The bone structure doesn't even look real. A robot. That's a good example. Yeah. It's very, very weird. Ugh. When you freeze frame these people, it is that right there. And she's got this like little girly kind of shirt on that a 6-year-old would wear. It's disturbing, is it not?
That there's no sleeping. it's I'm sorry, it's funny because it's so absurd. Like
Right.
to go from having a strict rule about not sleeping in the same bed to, okay, yeah, I needed some sleep because I had a new job.
And I sent them up to Maddie's bed.
Right. It's preposterous, right? Like,
Happen.
but I mean, and also it shows her state of mind. Like, I mean, she's lying.
Thank you.
No
She starts
shit,
out by trying to
Sherlock.
deny that they slept in the same bed. She's flat out lying. And then she gets, finally, they press her and she caves and says, yeah, I wanted a good night's sleep because I'm starting a job.
Thank you,
and
Cram.
I sent my daughter up to sleep with them. But, hey, I trust him, right? She also said that. She
That's
said,
funny.
I trust him because he treats her like a father. Okay. Not a good father.
Some people suggest she was willfully blind, willfully ignorant, and bringing up that she said that after learning about the
Ugh, thank you, Cram. Ricola.
photographs.
Yeah, I don't know.
This is where we lie. I know this is
what makes this so difficult, right? Like, and on that issue, by the way, this is something I encountered all the time in the child protection system. There's a child maltreatment charge called failure to protect. I'm going to read from an article here. This is from the journal Children and Youth Services Review. The title of the article is Substantiated Allegations of Failure to Protect
Another
in the Child
article.
Welfare System. It's by Colleen Henry et al. Quote, failure to protect, also abbreviated FDP, failure to protect, a subset of neglect, is used by child welfare systems to categorize and substantiate allegations of child maltreatment. Scholars and advocates have raised concerns that failure to protect is disproportionately used
Right, Crow?
to substantiate mothers and people of color for harm perpetuated by others, particularly in the context of sexual abuse and domestic violence. So why is that important? Because this would potentially be a clear-cut case of failure to protect. However, the criticism around failure to protect is that if Jen doesn't know, if we argue that her grooming comment occurred after the fact, after she learned what happened and was shown the picture,
Stop.
and then she has this realization of what happened, and she doesn't know. Let's say hypothetically she really doesn't think abuse is occurring.
right.
Then you're blaming the victim. She's a victim. She lost her daughter.
She is a victim, right? And she wasn't there. Yeah.
So the problem with failure to protect is,
I do feel like I'm in a
and I've done
lecture.
groups
Ugh.
with a lot of women. These are like the angriest women I've ever worked with in therapy, by the way.
What?
They're called non-offending parents groups. Failure to protect applies to the parent that didn't offend, the non-offending parent, and parents group.
Wait, you
This woman
work-
I've ever worked with in therapy.
Hold
Failure to protect
on.
Is so that the
Wait. She said that Dr. John's a feminist. Listen to this.
the problem with failure to protect is, and I've done groups with a lot of women. These are like the angriest women I've ever worked with in therapy, by the way.
The angriest women you've ever worked with in therapy. Why do we have this scale of angry women? I think he hates women. I think he hates women.
And I've done groups with a lot of women. These are like the angriest women I've ever worked with in therapy, by the way. They're called non-offending parents groups. Non-offending failure to protect applies to the parent that didn't offend, the non-offending parent. And the reason why
You just said she was a victim.
the women in these groups were so angry is because their argument was they didn't know and they didn't do anything wrong. And here the system is targeting them when in fact the onus should be, the responsibility for the offense should be squarely placed on the shoulders of the offender and not them. Right? That's the issue, is if she doesn't know. I mean, let's say this. At the very least, she's a really bad mother. Okay, we can say that for sure. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, that she really doesn't think there's any abuse going on.
Okay, for the sake of argument. Okay.
Right. Should we then vilify her? Right? Why are we vilifying her when Stephen Stearns, if Stephen Stearns has a moral compass and doesn't commit any crimes or do what he's doing, then we're not here now. We're not discussing this. None of this happens. So I think a lot of this hinges on what she knows, what Jennifer knows.
Jesus Christ, John.
And when she knows it, right?
Seriously? After all that?
But let's have a discussion. Let's try to have a quick discussion here about reasons why parents do not protect their children.
Well, and Lori Vallow didn't protect her children either.
Oh, for God's sakes. Have you been sitting there obsessing on pictures of Lori? What? Lori Vallow didn't protect her children either. Just got to get that Lori Vallow in there, right? Weirdo. Why are you so weird?
Protect their children.
Well, and Lori Vallow didn't protect her children either.
Yeah. Right.
Different case. She also did not protect her children and gave them up to their killer as well. And Lori Vallow, same. Which brings me to something people are bringing up, and you said you're juggling a lot. So if this is too soon, go forward with what you're going to say. But Jen's history, because there's also a part of me that wonders if she did know or if she was in denial. Like, either way, does her history play a part in either the denial or allowing it to happen?
So let's run through some possible reasons why.
Oh God, here
Jen
we go.
in particular, but more broadly, parents or mothers fail to protect their kids. And by the way, there is men do get charged with failure to protect, but way less than women.
Interesting.
And mainly for substance abuse. So women typically take all the blame for sexual abuse and domestic violence. Men don't, but men do get cited and charged with failure to protect in the family court system, typically because they're drug addicts, essentially. So there is this.
Really? Do you have anything to back this talk up, John?
There is this differential in the system that treats women differently than men. And that would be a long discussion, by the way. So we don't have time to get into that, but that would be an interesting discussion about why there's gender bias in the system. I think the most obvious reason is because there's certain expectations about the role of being a mother.
Yeah.
And if you fail in that role, then you're going to get blamed. Because
that's interesting.
Because in this case, it's clearly Madeline is Jennifer's child and not Stefan's. So the general presumption in the family court system is she's responsible.
Yeah.
Isn't it funny, Love Redacted, that there's seems to be, no coworkers, no colleagues. No one knows this guy. I don't think he has work history. That's my opinion.
She's murdered. She's responsible. She should have done better. She should have been a better mother, right? Even if she doesn't know. If she has the suspicion, or if she thinks that it's unusual that her daughter is sleeping in the same bed with some guy all the time, a guy who, by the way, identifies as having kinks. I can't get more specific about that, but in the documents he has kinks that probably, there would probably be of enough concern that you wouldn't want to put your child in bed with him. But let's look at some of the reasons. So the first, I wrote down some of the reasons why parents struggle to protect their children. Sometimes the first would be fear, plain and simple fear. That Jen is afraid for her physical safety. She's in a home with coercive control. We talked about this in our first episode. In those interviews, you see Stefan hovering over her.
Stop.
Right? He's got this menacing kind of hovering quality where he's looming over her.
You discussed this in our very first episode. This is what you pointed out. They're at right.
So let's just at a basic level, and let me say too, I'm not here to excuse her behavior. My job is to try to promote some degree of understanding, right? Like, when I go in and assess a criminal that's committed murder, my job is not to vilify that person. My job is to try to be as objective as possible and to develop some understanding of why this happened and what the consequences should be. And so I'm not making excuses for Jen. I know when I talk about this issue, I know a lot of people, some people get upset and they say, oh, you're excusing it, you're letting her off the hook. I'm not. I'm just trying to understand it.
It's a puzzle.
It's a puzzle. If she knew that her child was being abused, then please charge her. If she knew that if she was a co-conspirator in the murder and you have the proof, please get her for murder. I'll be the first person to go along with that.
I agree with that, Kate.
But in
for
the
sure.
absence of that evidence, let's try to figure out why
I
this
need to
happened.
know
The
more
first
about
reason
it.
is fear. So this is a real primal, basic explanation, and that is that Jen Soto is afraid for her life. There's a safety issue here. She's with a guy that's coercively controlling. She's with a guy who wants to exert power. She's with a guy that has necrophilic fantasies, for God's sakes. Like, this guy knows no limits. So she feels a threat to her physical, emotional, and sexual safety. That's pretty compelling. So let's start with that, because that's a really basic reason. There's other reasons. Let's stay with the fear issue. I think a lot of women in her position, if they report the abuse, they have a fear of being seen as a bad mother.
Mm-hmm.
They feel like they experience a lot of guilt. They're going to experience a lot of shame over the fact that they didn't protect their child. That they would be considered a bad mother by the community and by the CPS system. That's a fear. They have a fear of losing their child to CPS. If they report, a lot of these women are afraid that the child will be taken from them and placed in the foster care system, worst case.
Mm-hmm.
Jen Soto also appears to be the victim of abuse herself.
Vote in the poll.
We have an excerpt from her notebook indicating that she was likely traumatized as a child. I don't know if it's physical or sexual abuse, but she appears to be the victim of abuse. So there's another fear, and that's the fear of being re-traumatized. She's afraid of being re-traumatized based on her past abuse. She's afraid of uncovering all those feelings of shame and inadequacy from her own abuse if she discloses.
How do you know that she was abused? Stop it. Thank you. Carry on. Thank you for your support. I love the kiddos. Cute picture.
So you have all these unbearable emotions, all these overwhelming emotions from her own abuse that she probably doesn't want to revisit. So that's another fear. There's more reasons. Often women that don't protect their children, they tend to be somewhat narcissistic. They're self-absorbed.
Oh.
Often,
yikes.
Sometimes women, they find the ideal of having a child. The ideal of a child is more compelling.
He's very comfortable talking about women's minds, pedophiles' minds, and being in the minds of 13-year-old girls who are starting their period.
In the reality. A lot of women will have children with this silly notion that
Sherry,
they'll get unconditional love from their child. And then when they have a child, they start realizing that it's the other way around, that the parent's job is to provide love and protection to the child. It's not the child's job to do that for the parent.
Hey, sweet Sativa.
So there's this naive, kind of magical idea that if you have a child, that all your problems will be solved because now you're going to feel the love you always wanted to feel. But the love is for you. It's not for the child. It's not reciprocal. A relationship with a child is not reciprocal, right? It's more sacrificial. Right. The parent's job.
Yes.
The parent's job is to provide for the child, not the opposite. And I think oftentimes with women that don't protect their kids, they have this irrational idea of how being a parent will be and what a mother means, and that somehow this child is going to give them all this love that they never had and heal all their wounds. And that clashes with the reality.
Oh, look at, shout out to Carolina Hurtado, ex Hidden Gem. Hey, beauty. Carolina's over here in Cooterville now.
Another reason that sometimes the parents don't protect their kids is mental health. That clearly Jen Soto is someone with serious mental health problems. In fact, her first husband, Stephen,
not to be confused, not Stefan, not to be confused with Stefan, Stephen. Yes.
Stephen divorced Jennifer in her first marriage in 2015 because of mental health. He said essentially that she was falling apart, that he was taking over all the household chores and responsibilities.
And he just left poor Madeline behind. What he did as her husband. Thank you, Personalized Branding Design. Lauren stated in her Mormon stories that John couldn't find work when they lived in St. George. Because he's not Mormon, that's why they moved to Nevada. Interesting. We're going to go over the Mormon stories.
He was doing nothing. He was afraid of how bad her mental health was getting, and so he left because he couldn't go any further. So he divorced her. So that would indicate that you have someone basically who, she might have depression, she might have anxiety, she might have PTSD from her abusive past. So she's got these traumas. She herself says in her notes that she can't function. And so if you have someone with severe mental health problems and they can't really care, they can't even care for themselves, they're going to have a really hard time caring for a child.
Yeah.
So in this case, I think you have a really limited human being with limited capabilities. And I think because of that, it does create what psychologists call inattentional blindness. Inattentional blindness is that sometimes we refuse to see the obvious in the situation because we're so focused on our own needs and our own survival. And I think that's true here.
That's certainly true.
The classic case of this is an experiment called the invisible gorilla, where these subjects come in and they're asked to count the balls that people are throwing around in a circle. And then these gorillas come in the room and kind of mix with the group throwing the balls around. And then the gorillas leave. And the researchers asked the participants, did you see the gorillas? And the numbers are astonishing. Like upwards of 60% of the participants don't see the gorillas.
Huh.
And the reason they don't see the gorillas is because of inattentional blindness, because they're so focused on counting the balls. They think the purpose of the experiment and the goal is to count the balls. They don't know that the purpose of the experiment is to see if they can focus.
Count the balls. Stacy's left nut.
On the gorillas in addition to the balls. But for Jen Soto, she can't see the gorillas because she's just trying to get through the day. She's just trying to survive.
Please.
She's just trying to manage her depression and manage her trauma. She's taking a lot of medications to do that. So I think that factors into this. And again, I'm not excusing. I'm not saying that she shouldn't protect her child, but I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to provide a possible explanation about why protecting Madeline was difficult for her. Not impossible, but difficult.
Gotcha.
Another reason that a parent might struggle to protect a child is dependency. You and I talk a lot about attachment issues, and attachment issues are really key in terms of developing healthy relationships. Jen Soto, if she was abused, which appears she was, she probably had an insecure attachment as a child, which means that she will struggle to develop healthy relationships in the future. So when she develops relationships, they're probably not very healthy, and she probably has a lot of dependency. She probably seeks validation and support from other people, and in this case, Stefan. Doesn't really matter who the person is, but the basic idea is that women like Jen Soto don't want to be alone. They don't know how to be alone. They don't know how to be independent. They don't know how to be outside of a relationship. And that's largely because they felt unlovable as children. They have these insecure attachments. And the consequence of that is they will seek love from even the most dysfunctional partners at any cost. And once they find that love, they don't want to leave. They want to maintain it. And that has to do with dependency.
Shut up already.
So, you see that here. One of the detectives says in the documents that she's protecting Stefan over
Robin,
her daughter.
I'm with you.
And that she's prioritizing Stefan.
That's in the docs. Yeah.
In an interview, Jen says that she shares much more with Stefan than Madeline. She told the Orange County Sheriff that. Her mother, Yolanda, Jen's mother, said Jennifer just doesn't want to be alone. When asked why she stays with Stefan, that's what her mother says.
That's an important part that often gets overlooked. Will you say that one more time? This is in the docs from her mother.
Yeah, this is from Yolanda Zambrano, who's Jen's mother. The mother said, "Did you like Stefan?" She said no, and because he doesn't work and he's lazy.
Right.
And And the detective said, well, why do you think she stays with him? And she said, Jennifer doesn't want to be alone.
Remember when they said Koberger was a mansplainer at WSU? This guy, put him in the same room with Koberger. That would be fucking torture for Koberger. Just put him and John in the same cell, and they can just fucking mansplain to each other until eternity.
She just can't be alone, right? And that speaks to this issue of dependency. Sadly and tragically, some parents, women, mothers, they would prefer to be in the most dysfunctional, unhealthy relationship, no matter what, just so they don't have to be alone.
I haven't seen a poem yet.
We will get to the poem, Denise. Yes.
Oh, not yet.
We will get to the poem, Denise. Yes. We will get to the poem, Denise. Yes. And Jen's notebook too. I have these up. I can share these docs.
Okay.
Oh. What are you doing?
Do you want to do that now?
Oh yeah, I was waiting.
Okay.
Yes.
I thought, okay.
This is what we believe is Jen's notebook. It is not labeled, but we have done our handwriting analysis and our writing analysis, and we have come to the conclusion, the two of us.
Wait, you did writing analysis? You two? Hold on. Okay.
This is Jen's notebook. Some people online have referred to it as Maddie's. We do not believe that this is Maddie's. We believe that this is Jen's notebook. So she writes, number 5, my fluctuating moods, anxiety, and trauma-related symptoms affect my memory, concentration, focus, and energy levels. I also have severe trauma responses when I encounter all males. My illness and conditions, this is crossed out, limit my ability to work by affecting my memory. Also erased or crossed out is something about being reminded of her perpetrator. Perpetrator is that very last crossed out word. What does this say about Jen?
I think this speaks to a lot of the issues we've just been discussing, the mental health issues and some of the fears I talked about. Also, let's talk. There's the cycle of abuse.
Cycle of abuse. Yeah, someone wrote intergenerational trauma, and that's what I wondered too. Is you would think that if she were abused, so many mothers that were abused are hyper vigilant. Then they're going to make sure
she wrote this out for disability.
That she should be more aware, right? Like
that makes
in some senses, like okay, if she was abused and she has a perpetrator that she's talking about, then my goodness, wouldn't that mean that she should be more aware? But you're saying though, in some cases, maybe she could become more willfully ignorant. Maybe her mental health could be worse. Maybe, but I have to talk about this. I have to ask this. There's a part of me that wonders, does she know? And in some way, she wants her daughter to feel the same shame she felt. I have to ask that because someone that has a history of abuse, sending her own daughter up to a bedroom with an adult male, does she know, or is she willfully ignorant? Yep, in some ways, wanting her daughter to feel the same shame she has felt.
Yeah, I think so. I've talked about the idea of Freud called it the repetition compulsion. The modern version of that is what's called self-verification theory. Self-verification theory is that essentially we want our lives to be coherent. We want our stories to be coherent, and we'll do almost anything to maintain that coherence, even if it causes us pain or suffering. And I think this is a big part of Jen's story. Part of Jen's story is, well, I wasn't protected as a child, so you won't be.
Right.
I suffered as a child.
God, shut up.
I experienced all this shame, so now I want you to. And I'm not saying, by the way, I'm not saying that's conscious.
Jesus
the cycle
Christ,
of abuse
I'm
is not
losing
conscious.
it over here.
It's often quite the opposite. It's occurring out of awareness. But you have all of these repressed feelings of anger and shame and inadequacy. that are really overwhelming and hard to
inadequate.
deal with. And so one way of dealing with those feelings is to put them on your daughter, in this case, to project them on their daughter. It's what you sometimes call the voodoo doll effect.
Yeah, that's what I call it, like a voodoo doll, almost. Maddie is her voodoo doll in some sense.
It's the voodoo doll effect. Yeah, I'm experiencing pain.
The voodoo doll.
So you need to have that same pain. And again, yeah.
Is that a thing?
Maddie is her voodoo doll in some
voodoo doll effect.
Voodoo, is that a thing? The voodoo doll effect? I've never heard that. I took a couple psychology classes, but I've never heard of the voodoo doll effect. Have y'all?
Yeah, that's what I call it, like a voodoo doll, almost. Maddie is her voodoo doll in some sense. It's the
voodoo doll effect. Yeah, I'm experiencing pain, so you need to have that same pain. And again, this isn't conscious. You know, it's a type of projection. It's a way for her to deal with her own feelings of shame and inadequacy, and to try to put them outside of herself onto her daughter, so that she doesn't have to feel them at the same level. And part of this is that some victims of abuse, not all, but some victims of abuse, there's this confusion with love and abuse. Like you have love and abuse and the sexual stuff all occurring at the same time. So you have all these confusing associations. And, you know, and so I think many mothers would say, no, I would never want that to happen. But that's oftentimes not, again, this doesn't happen that much, but they don't know how else to deal with it. It's because it's such a coherent part of their story.
Wait till you see them.
They don't know how to prevent it.
Wait till you see him in this next one we're going to watch. It's called The Mind Behind Stephen Stern's Final Words. It's a little shorter too. But he reacts to Stefan's statement at sentencing. Look at John's mouth like an old grandma who took out her dentures. Hey, Sonny. That's caption this picture. Hey, Sonny. How's it going over there? This is why I'm not on camera, because I'd look like a total fucking idiot right now. Whoops.
It from occurring to someone else, like Madeline.
Right. It's a possibility.
Yeah, right. I'm not saying it's definitive.
Yeah.
There's all these elements, these fears for her physical safety. There's these mental health issues. There's her past abuse. There's some narcissistic features. There's this dependency in relationships, and this need to be, to not be alone, that even her mother recognizes. Right? These are all elements that kind of combine. They aggregate.
What?
To create this scenario. Aggregate. And again, I'm not excusing it. I'm not justifying it. I'm just trying to understand it.
Yeah.
It's never understandable, dumbass.
Right. We're just you're just making points.
Oh, just points. Tidbits.
We have one more poem, but that's probably towards the end.
Oh, come on.
And we have a video too, but I think we already talked about that. So it might be repeat.
I'm done.
About how she wanted her to sleep upstairs.
Yeah,
yeah. That video.
Yeah, I already read
We're done.
Yeah, we don't need to play that. So
we can add it for our podcast version of this, which, by the way, if any of you haven't subscribed to our podcast, we have a great new episode there that is not been shared on YouTube.
It's on our Patreon.
Well, it was years ago, but it's like a remastered episode. So we do things on our podcast that we don't do on YouTube, and I recommend everybody going there. And
you ain't fooling nobody. None of your shit's remastered. Get the fuck out of here.
Please hit subscribe there too.
Buzzwords.
Spotify, Apple, wherever you listen to podcasts.
Wherever you can hear a podcast. We talk about
pedophilia. I think I covered some of the main points I wanted to make about protecting children. I'm sure there's others, and I think I covered some of the main points I wanted to make about protecting children. I'm sure there's others, and I'm sure some people will disagree with me, which is fine, because one of my goals here is to stimulate some really meaningful dialogue. These are hard issues. Let's talk about them. I'm not going to ever say that my version is correct. I'm just presenting my perspective, and it's a perspective, hopefully, that I've acquired through a lot of experience, but that doesn't mean I'm right. So, so feel free to chime in and let's talk about it.
You can interrupt him now. It's okay. He gave the word.
Some people are saying it's so convenient that she had that notebook. Or some
See
people.
that? He had to give her fucking permission to speak. He gave her permission and she spoke. He's bizarre, man. Chime in. I've only been rambling my fucking gums for an hour and 45 minutes.
People thinking we're suggesting we're making an excuse for her, but I actually feel like if Jen had been abused, it makes it worse. I would say that's an opposite of an excuse. It makes it even more appalling to me because she should have known.
My mic
That
is
I-
low?
so
Oh, it
just
is.
want to share that. Makes it worse.
Right,
Thank you for letting me know.
You could argue that because of her abuse, that she should have more awareness, and if she's struggling, she should get help.
Yes.
She should get help. If she has concerns, she should get help so that she can
We'll
figure
count
it
the
out. So that
tongues
she
in the
doesn't
next one. How about that?
continue the cycle of abuse, and she doesn't allow her daughter to be
Is
put
it
in
better
harm's
now?
way.
Yes.
And yeah, every time I talk about this issue, that I think that there's a natural response to make that argument that I'm just providing excuses, and I want to make it clear that
Where's
I believe
Lynn
that,
now?
that Jennifer,
Where's
at the
Lynn?
best case, she's a horrible mother.
And that's the best case. Right.
Worst case, she should be charged for murder. But if that's the case, you got to show me the evidence. If she's a co-conspirator, there should be some evidence, demonstrating that. And so far, there's not enough.
Right. There isn't that evidence.
God,
that points in that direction at all. Here's an example. So the images they found, the thousands of images they found on Stefan's phone, if she was a co-conspirator, you'd expect to see her in a few of them.
Or to make it look like she had taken them or something.
Yeah, right. And as far as we know, maybe this will change, but as far as we know, she's not implicated in any of the images. And again, we don't know. It could change. They could charge her down the road. Who knows? But
there is no evidence that we can see of the things
Right.
that have been that could get her charged. So yeah, at this time. Right.
Okay, what's next?
Where would you like to go now, sweetheart?
Ew. Sweetheart.
let me just circle back to where I started, and then
Circle
if you
back.
want to, did you want to read the poem?
God.
Yeah.
I think,
Circling
I
to
think
what?
we're going to skip the. I think we're going to skip the video I talked about. So
We've been in circles
let's
for
just go. Let me
an
circle
hour and a
back where
half.
we started, and then you can finish with the poem if you have it.
I do have it. Yeah, I'll pull it up.
I think so. Let me just circle back. I started with the idea that Madeline felt invisible, and nobody really kind of saw and heard her. And so I think what's important, initially when I was looking through these documents, I thought this was a story about really bad parenting. But then when I thought about it more, I realized that while bad parenting plays a role, I think it goes deeper than that. I think this is a story about being seen and being heard.
Wait, what?
And so the
Hold
way
on.
that you get this is about, while bad parenting plays a role, I think it goes deeper than that. I think this is about.
It goes deeper than bad parenting. This is our circling back around in an hour and 45 fucking minutes.
This is a story about being seen and being heard.
Oh, fuck.
And so the way that you can, if somebody's invisible, the way you can make them visible is to really listen to them, to really see them, to pay attention to them, to pay attention to everything. If they're crying in school, to see that. If they're saying that their mother's boyfriend is weird and they feel uncomfortable around them, to really listen to that.
Oh, but no advice to Stefan's parents, huh? No advice to them. What about the sex torso in Stefan's fucking room in his mom and dad's house? No culpability there, huh? What about all the child porn on the fucking computer at Stefan's mom and dad's house? Oh, no culpability there. How about Stefan's dad said in his own words that he went through all the thumbnails on the hard drive and then called the police to come pick it up? Fuck you, John.
right? And I think that's probably true of Jen Soto too. I don't think she felt very seen or heard either. And so for me, being seen and being heard is in many ways about feeling and experiencing love and feeling like we have a place in the world, feeling like we have a home. And I think one of the things that breaks my heart tremendously about this case is this persistent theme that Madeline has about wanting to run away and go to the woods.
Shut up.
When I hear that, I always have this sense that she really never felt at home anywhere. And that by escaping into the woods in some ways, she just wants to disappear from the face of the earth.
Really?
And, you know,
she wanted to get away from the sex abuse, John.
Someone in her world, in particular her mother, I guess, would have taken more time just to see and hear and love her daughter so that she felt at home. Because running away in the woods is not home.
No.
For making it happen.
No shit, John.
And so I guess I would just end with the idea that just the importance of really taking the time to see and hear the people in our lives in a meaningful way. And to really be present with them when we're around them, not to take them for granted. And I think by doing that, hopefully we create a sense of inclusion and a sense of being home.
Sense of being home.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Of the many emails that we received one from a hidden gem, Mel Stiller. She's been on chat tonight. Who is a
So she just dropped this person's first and last name, and now she's going to read a poem.
poet. And she wrote a poem for Madeline. And I asked Mel if I could read it. So this was written by Mel Stiller, a poet, a published poet, from Madeline's point of view. She sends her love and best regards from British Columbia.
She's writing from Madeline's point of view? Wow. Really, True Crime Kate? I'm going to have to listen to it. I missed the beginning of Jolene's.
Yeah, Canada. My name is...
This is a hidden gem emailed a poem where they're speaking from Madeline's point of view.
Maddie by Mel Stiller. I was too little to understand why he always held me by the hand and pushed it where I couldn't see, where I didn't want my hand to be.
What? This is how it starts out?
Felt so sick inside my tummy, wanted to scream and call my mommy, but he told me to make no sound or he'd throw me onto the ground.
What?
I'd cry, but he would just persist and tied a rope around my wrist. He wanted one hand to be free so he could have his way with me.
What the fuck? What's this person's name?
By Mel Stiller.
Mel Stiller?
I was too little to understand why he always held me by the hand and pushed it where I couldn't see, where I didn't want my hand to be. I felt so sick inside my tummy, wanted to scream and call my mommy, but he told
Okay, I'm getting back to where we were.
me to make no sound or he'd throw me onto the ground. I'd cry, but he would just persist and tied a rope around my wrist. He wanted one hand to be free so he could have his way with me. I cried and called my mom. I called and called, but she didn't come. He'd say that she was sound asleep and I'd better not be such a creep. I was so young and didn't know that what he did would hurt me so. Yet down the hall, my mother slept while my heart sank and my eyes wept. Every time he came by to stay, he'd hurt me more and then he'd play. He'd tell my mom I was the best so she could sleep and get her rest. The years passed and I grew older. He'd hurt me more, but I got bolder. I told him that I'd had enough and that I knew better and now was tough. When he grew angry and bold, his hand went hard, his eyes went cold, and in no time I lost my breath and breathed my last before my death. I was 13, still just a child with a girl's dream, not really.
She's crying? What the fuck is going on? Mel Stiller is still active in the Maddie Soto Reddits? What? Is it a guy? Mel Stiller? Is this a guy or a girl?
He'd hurt me more and then he'd play. He'd tell my mom I was the best so she could sleep and get her rest. The years passed and I grew older. He'd hurt me more, but I got bolder. I told him that I'd have had enough and that I knew better and now was tough. When he grew angry and bold, his hand went hard, his eyes went cold, and in no time I lost my breath and breathed my last before my death. I was 13, still just a child with a girl's dream, not really wild. Plenty of dreams I had in mind, big and small dreams of every kind. But he took them away simply because I wouldn't play. The nasty games he saved for me, the games my mother failed to see. Or did she know he was no fool under the sheets and in the pool? He did things that I can't explain, not then, not now, never again. All I remember from those days was the insistence of his ways. He'd smile at me and smooth my hair and made me want to die right there.
Oh my God. This sounds like a pedo story. Ugh. I don't know who Mel is. Is it a guy or a girl, though? I mean, if this person, Mel, wrote this poem, this is disturbing.
During the night while my mom slept, he slithered quietly and I just wept. His touch was like a stabbing pain, a lightning bolt in freezing rain. He looked for me under the covers, told me we were the best of lovers. I felt his breath where it shouldn't be, where what he wanted belonged to.
No. Mel is a girl. Mel needs some therapy.
A lightning bolt in freezing rain. He looked for me under the covers, told me we were the best of lovers. I felt his breath where it shouldn't be, where what he wanted belonged to me. Yet when I told my own mother that I wanted to live with my father, she very quickly let me know that I had nowhere else to go. During the day, my heart would yell that he had left and gone to hell. Teachers and friends would remedy the fear of night that lived in me. I know he hurt me and made me feel that I was nothing without his zeal. He drained my hopes to feed his whim and sold me to men just like him. Now that I'm gone.
She's writing this from Maddie's point of view. No, Sherry. This is about Maddie. This is called My Name is Maddie. She's writing this from Madeline Soto's point of view. This is not Mel's life. It shouldn't be projected onto Maddie. This is weird.
From where his lies will always drown my mother's cries, I now know that I have the right to sleep alone with God in sight.
No.
We'll share that poem on our
way too graphic
Facebook page, Hidden True Crime, as well as our other social media. Thank you, Mel, for sending that.
Yeah, thanks, Mel.
Is this by Melanie Stiller, registered psychotherapist in Ontario, Canada? Yikes. I don't know. First I've heard of her.
Yeah.
It's too much.
Thanks,
yeah.
Mel. Yeah, we will share Mel's poem. So
you're going to share it
with
publicly
that,
again?
Why don't we go? Thank you, Mel, for sharing that. Anything else, babe? Or are we good?
I think we should end with the poem.
Okay. We'll see you guys. Have a great night.
All right. Good night.
Good night.
Funny stuff. Look at him. Ugh. Holy shit, man. These people just have no discernment. I don't know what else to call it. But we've got another one. Look at this one. Look at him there. Has he got makeup on? What's going on here, John? Johnny boy. Okay, so this one we're going to get right into. We're going to try to count the tongues in this one. We really missed it on the last one, but this will give us something to get through because this really needs to be exposed. This is the worst of the worst. And I really would like to get through this in one day so I don't have to revisit them and Stefan Stearns again. Because this is just it's way too much. But if we can just crank it out, tonight's the biggest bar night of the year. We can all have a drink or two, even if you're not going to the bar. Okay? But let's get our counter. We're going to count those nasty, nasty tongues. Let me get it reset. All right, we're going to start out with a big fat 0, and I'm sure we won't stay there long. I don't know. This is when you unsubscribed. I saw that from a couple of you. Is this when you were like, whoa, the Stefan Stearns case was the breaking point for some of you? Kat says Annie Elise definitely did it better. Yeah, he looks a little more put together in this one. He's got his Easter shirt on. Let's see, what's the date on this one? Oh, this was only 3 months ago, y'all. This was August 15th, 2025. We're in this year now. August 15th, 2025. This is while she's scared for her life and he is suffering. His health is it's crumbling before our eyes. He can barely get out of bed to work. I mean, look at him. He can barely put on his rouge. His hair is nicely combed and parted. I mean, he looked more disheveled a year ago, if you ask me. Delphi was a breaking point. That's what I hear the most, is that Delphi. I've got a movie. I have a video from Cramit that she just put out 3 hours ago. I am going to go grab a drink and use the ladies' room, and then we will get into part 2 of our review today. Thank you for sticking around. Thank you, Cramit. Here we go. I'll see you guys in just a minute.
These past months been a circus, and guess what? I'm the clown. Didn't buy a damn ticket, but somehow I'm the one breaking down. I swear I didn't sign up for this lifetime movie hell, but here I am, mascara running, looking like a damn gazelle. This ain't gossip, this ain't drama, it's my real life on display, while someone out there grabs popcorn to watch me crumble every day. Started back in April when I met Miss Totally Not a Stalker. She smiled, shook my hand and said she wanted to be a talker. Now look at us, she's leaking messages like she's TMZ, dragging my dead brother into rumors like, girl, are you kidding me? Who wakes up and says, let me accuse someone of that today? Sis therapy is cheaper than whatever game you're trying to play, and I'm crying in the bathroom like it's my new part-time job while she's out online posting like she's queen of the TikTok mob. I've been stacked, I've been broken, been pushed right to the brink, while she's out there posting edits like she's Spielberg with a drink. Yeah, I'm shaking, yeah, I'm crying, but girl, at least I don't lie. If karma needs directions, I'll personally drive. If you see someone get bullied, don't just act like you're blind, 'cause next week you might be the one losing your damn mind. She followed me from screens to restaurants to trials to halls, filming me like the budget of her camera crew involves nothing, 'cause clearly she's using a flip phone from 2004. But I digress. Me and Grayson calling cops like, hi, it's us again. At this point, the dispatcher knows our birthdays, pets, and friends. A line Quan wanted to scream my trauma like a morning show. I was like, no thanks, I'm already dying, but apparently the answer was no. She made 50 TikToks about me. Girl, do you sleep? Do you eat? Do I need to Venmo you for therapy? Do you have a bed? Do you rest? Blink twice if you need help. I've been stealth, I've been broken like a Walmart clearance shelf, while she's out there yelling free speech, ma'am. Sit down, help yourself. I am shaking, I'm exhausted, but I still know what's true. If I ever lose my sanity, you know exactly who. And if you see someone in trouble, don't just scroll past the pain, 'cause the next crazy drama arc could star you with your name. And the friends who went silent, oh, I've got a list. A whole alphabetized spreadsheet of people I will not miss. I've stood up for every victim, every family torn apart. Now I'm the one screaming, tremoring, like, hello, I'm on a heart. I've been stabbed, I've been broken, but I'm still standing in the storm, looking like a drowned raccoon. But hey, at says I got you, not the one who sips the tea.
Good job, cram it. One crime.
These past months nearly killed me, but guess what? I'm still here. A little broken, a little unhinged, but baby, still sincere.
The line crime. I don't know. Is it a slow true crime month? They thought that my family's pain.
Good job, cram it. Oh, man. What a day. What a day. I just took the dogs out and got a fresh Diet or Coke Zero. You guys got your snacks and drinks? They're all good, cram it. Every time I watch a new one, I'm like, that's the best. And then it's always the best. You're very talented. So the next one we're getting into is only 3 months ago, like I said before I got up. And I got the dogs, their bones, so they'll be occupied. All right, so we're going to go into part 2 now. Are you guys ready for part 2?
On Prime Crime.
Okay, here we go. We're going to speed them up because they are slow talkers. Dr. John's got his lip gloss today and his rouge.
A trigger warning.
Oh, and we're counting tongues. Every time you see his tongue, let me know. And if I miss, like if I need to get caught up on tongue lashings, just put a tongue emoji and the amount. Because I'm sure we'll lose track from time to time. Kramit is in chat. If one of the mods could actually share Kramit's link, that would be great. It does look like he's wearing makeup. It's weird. Even his eyebrows look like they've been combed. Grayson got them all souped up.
We will be talking about the murder of 13-year-old Madeline Soto. Madeline Soto disappeared in February 2024. She was found March 1st, 2024. Her body was found. She had been murdered by her mother's boyfriend, Stephen Stearns. Stephen Stearns took a plea deal, and he was sentenced to life without the possibility of parole for both raping 13-year-old Madeline as well as murdering 13-year-old Madeline Soto on July 21st, 2025, just less than a month ago. It's something that John and I were following and have been following and have wanted to cover the sentencing. I think that many understand the trigger warning now that I've shared what this is going to be about, but John is going to go back. Dr. John Matthias is a criminal psychologist as well as a clinical psychologist. We have been covering this case. One thing John does is assess offenders, and you plan to talk in depth about not just the sentencing and Stephen Stearns' statement, but to revisit some of what we discussed early on when we discussed this in September of 2024, I believe, or when we first started talking about the murder of Madeline Soto. So to catch everyone up before we jump in, I just, again, want everyone to understand that Stephen Stearns was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. And he was initially arrested in 2024 after investigators discovered disturbing videos and images on his phone depicting him assaulting Soto. Investigators believe that the abuse began in 2019 when Madeline was only 8 years old. Stern faced 60 charges related to abuse, and that was brought against him on March 12th, 2024. He had a trial set just for the abuse that Madeline suffered, not the murder. And right before that trial was to begin, he took a plea deal and now again has been sentenced for both the assaults, the abuse, as well as her murder. The sentencing was heartbreaking. Stephen Stearns made a brief statement. Madeline's biological father also made a statement, as did many others.
I think we're all set
we
now.
Plan to talk about it today to also remind people of our coverage. We have an interview with Stephen Stearns' parents.
Oh, yay for
the
you.
Parents of the murderer who has now been sentenced. And that is how one of the many things we did in covering this case. So, Dr. John,
well, goody
my
goody
co-host,
2 shoes for you.
I will give the floor to you.
Yeah, thank you. So we're going to examine Stephen Stearns' statement at sentencing because I think it even though it's very short, I think it does reveal a significant amount about the criminal mind, and that's I think that's one of our jobs here is to tell a story, to investigate and tell a story about a crime, but then to analyze it deeper, to find what's hidden in that story, and specifically what's hidden about the criminal mind. And so there's a lot here that's hidden still, by the way. So in the sense that there's a lot about Koberger, Brian Koberger, that we don't know because Koberger didn't go to trial and we didn't see evidence. Same thing is true here. I think there's a lot about Stefan Stearns that we don't know. And I'll speculate a little bit about what I believe happened and how we got to this point. And I think hopefully I'll be in the ballpark, but I don't know for sure since we didn't see all the evidence at trial. But I want to set the tone with some research. I usually don't do that. I usually like to lead with something a little more dramatic from a case. But
okay, Dr. Tong. Ugh.
I'm gonna refer to an article here that's a very well-known article in forensic psychology related to risk factors for sex offenders. And the title of this article, this is a 2010 article. It's by Mann, Hansen, and Thornton. For those who do work with sex offenders, they'll recognize Carl Hansen as one of the pioneers in sex offender research. He's Canadian. He's an amazing researcher. He's done so much to advance knowledge in the field.
Thanks for the sub, Oz.
So we're all, those of us who do this day in and day out, we're very grateful to Carl Hansen for all his work. But this article is a phenomenal article because it actually looks across a number of studies, and its goal was to find psychologically meaningful risk factors. So the title of the article is Assessing Risk for Sexual Recidivism, Some Proposals on the Nature of Psychological and Meaningful Risk Factors. Now, the reason I want to start with this is because I'm going to point out, because it's going to guide us for the rest of our analysis here. I want to point out the number one risk factor for sexual recidivism among sex offenders. And
recidivism, I just want to say recidivism is the can you explain what recidivism is?
Recidivism is, so when you commit a crime, or when a crime is committed, for example, with my job, for example, a crime is committed, and then part of my job is to go in and evaluate an offender. It could be a violent offender, sex offender, and then to make some determination of future risk. Future risk is called recidivism. Recidivism is when you reoffend. It's when you commit a crime again. And so a big part of my job is making determinations about whether someone will recidivate or whether they'll commit a crime again in the future. And the reason that's important, obviously, is because the courts, prior to sentencing, are trying to determine if someone can be placed safely in the community. And the only way to determine that is to determine the risk. Is this person going to be a high risk to reoffend or low risk? And obviously, the lower the risk, the higher the probability is that defense counsel for an offender, for example, might be able to get a placement in the community or probation. Ideally, defense attorneys want the most lenient sentence for their clients, right? So that their ultimate goal is probation. Well, I guess their ultimate goal is...
I think I'm just going to add up like 5 lashings before I post them because they happen too fast. I can't keep up.
Acquittal or dismissing all the charges. But short of that, if there is a conviction or a plea deal, their goal, the way they see it, is to assist their clients in the best way possible. And the best possible situation for most clients would be probation or parole. So recidivism is the risk of reoffending. And so this research article looks at a lot of the more important than risk alone, it looks at the psychologically meaning risk factors. So in assessing risk, there's 2 types of risk factors. There's static factors and there's dynamic factors, dynamic risk factors. Static factors are variables like age. They don't change, right? You can't change your age. You can go to treatment all you want, but you can't change your age.
You can't change them.
Right.
A dynamic risk factor would be something like substance abuse. Substance abuse, if you have an addiction or a substance abuse problem, you can change it. You can stop. So it's dynamic.
I can't look away either. I can't even look at chat.
Hasn't really been until this article. There wasn't a lot of examination of psychologically meaningful risk factors. In other words, what are some of those psychological elements that contribute to recidivism? And the reason this is important because I'm going to point out the most important risk factor, the risk factor that has the highest probability of recidivism from this study.
Recidivism.
And I'm going to report that right now. So
Okay.
That
Okay,
element
report
is
it.
emotional congruence with children. So if you're an offender, specifically a sex offender, and you show emotional congruence with children, meaning that what that means is congruence obviously means affinity or closeness. Now you can have a close relationship with a child, but this goes beyond that. This gets into essentially feeling more comfortable with children than adults. That you have an emotional bond with children that you do not have with adults. And if you have that, if I'm assessing a sex offender that has no history of significant or meaningful relationships with adults,
3 months ago,
and then they have some sexual offenses with children, and they have some history of close relationships with children, let's say nieces and nephews and families or whatever, right?
Ugh.
Like, that's a problem, because it shows me that this risk factor, emotional congruence with children, is at work. It's in play.
Oh,
And if I
hidden
know
true
that,
slime. No.
it's very, very difficult
It's disgusting.
It's very difficult to get someone to change that. That if you have if your
Zero,
primary
Mac. Zero.
emotional bond and emotional security is with children and not adults, it's difficult to change that. And so that's why it's such a significant risk factor. Because when you have that, your risk for reoffense goes up
Remember, in September was also CrimeCon and all that shit.
dramatically. And of course, I mean, it's a risk factor for offense in general. Also, these also play into, these are also
Shut
risk
up,
factors
John.
for committing offenses. So not just recidivism, but also prior to the commission of a crime.
Oh, sorry. This is August. I'm sorry. This is August 15th. Not September. This is August 15th, 2025. Oh, look at her orange sweater. Look at her orange couch at Grayson's. Are you at Grayson's house? The blank wall. Grayson's.
Word from our sponsor. You know that moment when you've been tugging at your bra all day and you think, why do I do this to myself? That you
Oh, you know that. Are you thinking, why did you do this to yourself, but not about your bra, Lauren?
Word from our sponsor. You know that moment when you've been tugging at your bra all day and you think, why do I do this to myself? That used to be me until I found Honey Love. Admittedly, I had heard about them, but I was skeptical. No underwire and still supportive? Yeah, right. But I tried their Cloud Embrace bra and now I get it. It's wireless. It's got these lightly padded foam cups that fill like a cloud and it actually lifts and supports. No digging, no adjusting, no matter your size. It just works. And their shapewear, listen, it is the first shapewear I've worn that doesn't roll down when I move. It has this targeted compression that smooths and shapes without making you feel like you can't breathe. Genius. Treat yourself to the most advanced bras and shapewear on the market. Save 20% off Honey Love with our exclusive link, honeylove.com/hidden. That's honeylove.com/hidden to find your perfect fit and get 20% off. After you purchase, they'll ask where you heard about them. Tell them we sent you and you help support our show. Treat yourself to the most advanced Honey Love, the new standard in bras and shapewear. Is this, I guess emotional congruency it's not necessarily. Are you saying that could lead to pedophilia? It's not pedophilia.
Well, I think the implication is that it's
weird.
correlated with pedophilia.
Okay.
It's correlated with, you can have, I guess you can, I mean, it's slightly complicated in the sense that you can have a closer emotional bond to children and feel safer to children and perhaps not have any type of sexual attraction to children.
Right. Absolutely.
And so in that sense, if you're capable of having a normal adult relationship, then it may not present a problem. Although it's peculiar, right? Because it suggests that whatever adults bring to the table or the complexity of adult relationships, you may struggle with that because you find children easier to relate to. You find children safer to be around, and so oftentimes there's going to be a correlation. If that's the case, it's going to often occur hand in hand with an attraction or a sexual attraction to children as well. If you feel safe with children and you don't feel safe with adults, then in many ways you're going to feel safer sexually with children too. So the two often go hand in hand, and obviously that's the problem.
Okay.
There can be some differences. I think it's important to note too that in pedophilia, there's different types of pedophilia. There's the exclusive type, which is essentially an exclusive attraction to children. So pedophilia would be an attraction to children 13 and under. And
he's so set on
exclusive pedophilia is
13 and
strictly an interest in children. And then there's the non-exclusive type, which is you have an attraction
Does
to
it
children
matter?
and you have an attraction to adults potentially, or you're at least capable of
Ugh.
negotiating relationships with children and relationships with
This
adults.
is too much.
Your primary attraction may
Why
be
do
to
we need
children,
to
but you're
know
still
this?
capable of some
Ugh.
type of sexual attraction, or maybe
Ugh.
engaging in sexual activity. Some type of sexual attraction, or
Watch
maybe
that.
of
Oh, ooh.
maybe to children, but you're still capable of some type of sexual attraction, or maybe engaging in sexual activity with an adult if you're non-exclusive type. Now, Stephen Stearns is interesting. It's an interesting case because it's not clear whether he's exclusive or non-exclusive. I mean, he was obviously in a relationship with Jen
Who cares?
Soto, Madeline's mother, and he had other adult relationships, but some of those adult relationships were strange, right? In fact, we didn't talk to her, but we saw some statement. There were some interviews with one of his exes.
Karen.
One of his exes is named Marilee Alejandro. She's an ex-girlfriend apparently, and she told an interviewer that
I can
Stefan often
hardly
didn't
look.
spend nights with her because he wanted to be with Madeline, and he wanted to be with Madeline because according to him, he put it on Madeline. He said Madeline could not sleep without him. She also said, and this is interesting, we're going to come back to this. Marilee Alejandro said that oftentimes he could not become aroused around her, and the only way he became aroused around her, an
See,
adult.
I guess I didn't realize that we were profiling Stephen Stearns. I don't think this guy is capable of profiling. I don't think he has the credentials to profile. He's not a profiler. And it says just the psychology hidden in his sentencing speech. The mind behind Stephen Stearns' final words. We haven't even heard his final words. Oh, carry on. Okay. I'll take note of that. That's a good idea.
Was if when he asked, are you ready for this? We talked about this before, but here we go again. And the only way he could become aroused around her was if he asked her to lay down dead.
Here we go again.
If she played dead,
and
then he would become aroused.
on,
And this is going to be an important part of the story, by the way. So for those who listened to our earlier Stearns shows, we did discuss this, but we're going to revisit some of this because all of this is going to be relevant in terms of understanding Stephen Stearns. So there's a question here. I mean, I can't even, I wouldn't diagnose him as a pedophile, by the way. I just don't have enough information. It certainly seems like that would be a reasonable diagnosis, but there were a lot of images of him with Madeline. There were a lot of, inappropriate,
at least
thousands.
Right. So I mean, even without the murder here, he was going to go away for a long time, just based on what they had. And as you pointed out, initially the trial wasn't even for the murder, and they could probably get at least 20 to 40 years, maybe life, without the murder. So clearly, this is someone who pushed a lot of boundaries before the murder. So it's not totally clear whether he was an exclusive pedophile or not. It seems like, based on the fact that he had some adult.
You know what's really fucked up? Let's have a little come to Jesus moment here. You know what's really fucked up? Is that he says, well, I'm not going to diagnose him as a pedophile. You're not going to diagnose a guy who had thousands of images with his penis violating a young girl, a little baby. You're not going to diagnose him as a fucking pedophile, but you're going to diagnose Christina as a sociopath? Fuck you, John. I hope your license gets taken, John. You're disgusting. You're despicable. And no one should watch your channel. You shouldn't even have a channel. How dare you? He hates women. I'm telling you. He hates women. He even sympathizes with these fucking pedos because they have a dick. And that's how I feel. Fuck you, John. I mean, what the fuck? I'm not going to diagnose him as a pedophile. Your wife was stalking Christina, her and her friends. Oh, but I'm not going to diagnose Steph Stearns. Lizard tongue. Dr. Lizard King.
Relationships that perhaps he was non-exclusive.
Gross
but there
motherfucker.
were other elements in play here. There were paraphilias. We talked about that before too. Paraphilias are paraphilias is basically a condition characterized by abnormal sexual desires that can cause distress, and often they cause harm to other people. Obviously, pedophilia would be one of those. For some pedophiles, it does cause distress. For some, it doesn't. I think in broadest terms, a paraphilia would be defined as sexual deviancy. So abnormal sexual desires and behaviors and fantasies that typically kind of cross a line in terms of laws, legality, and in terms of societal norms. You're right.
Jim Morrison's the Lizard
Again,
King.
pedophilia would be an example of that. I think clearly, to me, there's a lot of paraphilias going on here.
Clearly.
But I want to start with this idea of emotional congruence with children, because that's really going to set the tone for understanding the sentencing.
Okay.
So let's start with Madeline's biological father. He gave a statement. It's fairly short, but I think it's going to be important to play Madeline's father first, because I want to contrast that with what Stephen Stearns is going to say later, just in terms of tone, in terms of attitude. There's just so many differences between these two.
My name is Tyler Wallace.
Tatiana Wallace.
And Tyler, what's your relationship to Madeline Soto?
Okay, now we're finally getting to the statements. This is Madeline's dad.
Madeline Soto was my daughter.
Go ahead.
Madeline Soto was my daughter. She was happiness. She was a joy to be around. She was quirky and intelligent. She was curious. A little forgetful like me too. That happens sometimes, but I just loved her so much. And I was not able to be in her life as much as I would like to, due to circumstances and choices I had made, due to the way finances worked. I was strained in my relationship with my daughter, and that was finally getting better. The last time I saw her was in October of 2023, and she had come to visit for a few days. And when I took her back to the airport, I said, you know, you're turning 13 soon. When you turn 13, you have a choice of which guardian you're interested in staying with. Would you like to stay with me and Tati? And she said yes, that she would. And so I was this close to having my little girl, sir. Because of the actions of this depraved man, I will never meet the woman she was becoming. And I can't grasp it. I can't grasp the selfishness of you, the deplorability of your actions. You're depraved. You're weak. You're a coward. You're a sneak thief. You crept into a family and took advantage and exploited them when they were weak. It's torn my family apart. It's led to arguments about who can go where and who can get what and who can help who, but we're all on edge because it doesn't heal with time. This isn't like other deaths that I've experienced. This just gets worse. It just gets worse every time I rethink about it and the true horror of what this man visited upon her. And I can only hope that he lives a long time in prison and has those same horrors revisited upon him by his fellow inmates. Thank you.
That was the first time I heard that. That was really hard to listen to. Especially the revelation that Maddie wanted to come live with him at 13. I think we
Preach, YBE.
We can surmise why she wanted to come live with him, right? In retrospect, I think it's apparent.
Absolutely. Right.
So in spite of Tyler's problems, there's something he said I want to acknowledge right now in terms of contrasting this with Stephen Stearns, which we're going to do in a minute. But he says he'll never get to know the woman, quote, the woman she was becoming, unquote. Right? And I think that says so much in terms of he acknowledges that Maddie is someone that's growing and maturing and going to become her own unique entity. Mm-hmm. Right? He acknowledges that this is someone that he needs to protect and help to achieve adulthood or reach adulthood successfully. He says so in that little statement about that he'll never get to know the woman she was becoming, it's so important because he recognizes that his job as a parent is to protect her so that she can grow into a future as an adult.
Right.
Right. And that's the very thing we're not going to see with Stephen Stearns. If we go back to this idea that this risk factor, which is emotional congruence with children, You're not going to see that with you're not going to see that with Tyler. What you see with Tyler from that one statement, and just from this little brief snapshot of Tyler, is this desire to take Maddie back when she's 13, to protect her, and to lead her, to help her become the woman that he sees her becoming, to lead her into adulthood, to become this successful, happy, right? He says she's happy, she's quirky. He sees these qualities. He wants to nurture these qualities. He wants to lead her into adulthood and protect her, right? I think that's why that statement was so moving to me and so important, because it's everything that Stefan Stearns does not tell us.
Yeah, it's true.
Stefan Stearns didn't care about her like that. He's a pedo.
Briefly at Tyler's statement. It's a short statement, but it says a lot. You can read between the lines. Let's move into Stefan Stearns.
Yes, Your Honor, I would like to make a brief statement. I agree that it's not fair that Madeline is not here anymore. I still have a hard time contemplating a world where she's not around.
Fuck you,
a world which
Stefan.
feels less vibrant and less colorful than it did before. I've prayed to God countless times to trade places with her, to take me instead. But unfortunately, that's just not how he works. I have nothing but sorrow for her loss, and I miss her all the time. Her passing has torn me and my family apart as well, and she truly was a joy.
I love that. I love that they hate me.
I pray to God that she is in heaven and that he's taking good care of her, and I hope she gets to join the choir because she had a beautiful voice.
Fuck you, Stefan. Creep.
I will miss her all the time. I will never not honor her memory. And I apologize for all the pain.
So he gives us a very brief statement.
Yeah.
Honestly, Maddie's dad is got his own issues, but she didn't want to live with her dad. She wanted to live in the woods. That should tell you something about both sides of the parents in Maddie's life. In my opinion, every male that crossed Madeline Soto's path failed her, including the piece of shit sheriff who accidentally put her dead body on Instagram with a caption that said, "Great day with seniors." All of them.
But it's more than sufficient to really dig deeper into who this person is and to really kind of look at some aspects of the criminal mind that may not be obvious. If you just listen to it, you think, okay, this is someone who doesn't really seem to be taking responsibility, right? Like I listened to some of the talking heads, lawyers, attorneys mainly after the trial talking about it, and they all said one thing. They all said, this is a guy who really didn't take responsibility. He really didn't apologize. There's no remorse. That's all true. But let's dig deeper than them. Since we're hidden, that's our job, right? So let's dig a little deeper than the standard tropes about he didn't take responsibility. Yes, he didn't take responsibility.
So the sheriff in Osceola County put Madeline Soto's body where she was found. He had a photo of it on his phone, posted it to Instagram, and the caption said, "Great day with seniors." He made a whoopsie, and he got a $500 fine for it at the end. But then the same sheriff was arrested for RICO and racketeering and illegal casinos. And I've been following it closely because I hate him. I hate him for what he did to Madeline Soto. His name is Marcos Lopez, Osceola County Sheriff. Go ahead and Google him. And his wife.
However, I divided his statements. So we're going to go through every statement. I divided his statements into 4 categories. And each of those categories, I think, will tell us something about Stefan Stearns. Let's start with what I think is the most important category. And that's what I...
Oh, and it's very important to note that he was not the investigating agency. That Kissimmee was the investigating agency in Orange County at that time. He was Osceola. Oh, the casino shit. I'm following that, Young Black. I can't wait. His wife was offered a plea deal. She turned it down, and now they have hardcore evidence that she was handling things. She's in big trouble.
I would call the category of emotional congruence with children. Right. Again, that's going to drive our analysis tonight. This is the biggest risk factor for recidivism, for sexual offending against children, emotional congruence with children. Mm-hmm. Another way to say this, by the way, so it's not just this idea of emotional closeness with children. It's also, it goes beyond that. It's also what I would call
Yeah.
a romantic connection
Absolutely.
to children.
Yeah.
And so my category here is not just emotional congruence with children, but romantic overtones or romantic connection to a child.
Romantic? That sounds like a weird
let's
word.
break down what he said. He says, I'm going to read the 4 statements he made that I think fit this category. He says, quote, I still have a hard time contemplating a world where she is not around, a world that feels less vibrant and colorful than it did before. Okay. So that sounds like somebody who would make that statement is essentially talking about someone who's...
Why are we even analyzing? See, that he did this with the Gonsalveses too. Why are we analyzing a victim's impact statement? I thought we were analyzing Stefan, not her dad. Or are we talking about Stefan? I don't even know what the fuck he's talking about anymore. Do y'all? Who the fuck is he talking about?
It sounds like a romantic relationship, right?
Absolutely.
Like
it does.
less vibrant, less colorful. Like this is someone who misses
Stefan. Okay. Duh.
someone that they were romantically involved with.
I agree.
He then says,
romantic?
quote, I have nothing
No.
but sorrow for her loss.
No.
And I miss her all the time. Notice again, too, he's not talking past tense here. He's talking present. He's acting like, in some ways, he's acting like he's still in this romantic relationship. And that's how he comes off. That's how he comes across.
Yeah.
Nothing but sorrow for her loss. It's like he lost. And I mean, we're talking about a 13-year-old. So obviously this is depraved, right? But like, he's talking about losing his romantic connection, losing his lover, essentially.
Yeah.
Oh my
That's
God.
what it sounds like. She truly was a joy. Again, the romantic overtones.
His lover?
Emotional congruence. And the final thing he says, I will miss her all the time. I
He's
will
relating.
never not honor her.
This is a problem. There's no relating with There's no relating with pedophiles, John. And I don't care if I say it 20 million times on this stream. I don't give a fuck. This is horrible. This needs to be exposed. Romantic? No. She was abused. The romantic overtones. He's normalizing this. He's relating with this. It's really, really disturbing.
Lover, essentially.
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like. She truly was a joy. Again, the romantic overtones, emotional congruence. And the final thing he says, I will miss her all the time. I will never not honor her memory. These all fit into this category of emotional congruence with children or romantic overtones. And so I think what's interesting here to me, so again, if we're contrasting this with Tyler, who's interested in Maddie becoming an adult and the journey towards adulthood and getting there safely, Stefan Stearns has no interest in that whatsoever. He's acting like this is a romantic interest that he's lost, and now he's feeling sorrow. And he misses her, right? He's saying all the things you would say if you lost your spouse.
I agree. I agree.
And so that really stood out to me. You know, the first time I heard his speech, or his sentencing speech, I thought,
you thought what?
This is exactly the risk factor that I have to examine every time I do an evaluation with a sex offender. Is there, especially a sex offender that is interested in younger children, is there emotional congruence with children?
That's the first thing you do. Is there emotional congruence with children? How would you know? This guy, I can't.
Clearly, there's an emotional
Clearly, there's a fucking normalization of this for you. Maybe you need to take a break from that job.
congruence with children. Does that make Stefan Stearns a pedophile? I mean, I can't diagnose him, but I think it's fair to say that based on the images they found, that this is someone who has an attraction to underage girls at the very least, right? So
thank you for the
so
sub,
that's number
Linda.
one. Number two, this idea that he's not taking responsibility that everyone's pointing out. Let's examine that. Let's go a little bit deeper than that, actually. So it's not just
Deeper?
taking responsibility. It's also exhibiting what I would call the victim mentality or the victim stance. So he opens with this statement. He says, quote, I agree it is unfair that Madeline is not here anymore. I agree that it is unfair. It's unfair because you murdered her, right? Like,
I know that was really a despicable line. It was
like, oh my God.
It's unfair. So he's playing the victim. He's saying, and also notice the way he says it. Look at his language. He says, I agree. It is unfair. It is unfair.
Okay.
Not it's unfair because I murdered her. It is vague. It's unfair.
Oh my God.
That Madeline is not. He's not here because of you. right? But somehow he twists this so that
Thank
he's
you,
the victim.
Bethany.
It's unfair. I don't get to have my lover
Wah,
anymore.
wah,
I don't get to have
wah.
my 13-year-old, right, romantic
Lover?
interest anymore.
Romantic.
So that's this victim stance. So people are talking about this. They're just not unpacking it the way I want to unpack it. So that's number one. Number two, he says, quote, you're going to love this one. Quote, her passing has torn me and my family apart as well.
Oh,
victim.
The
Right.
outrage.
Oh, but not only is it victim, by the way, but
nice
you'll
edit,
know
Grayson.
if you go back to Tyler's statement,
Nice edit.
Tyler says, this has torn the family apart and we don't know how to heal. And then a few minutes later, you have Stephen Stern saying, her passing has torn me and my family apart as well. Think about that.
Think about it.
On the heels of Tyler and his deep sadness and grief over this
We're almost at
entire
100
tragedy.
ton lashes.
You have the murderer basically saying, like, going tit for tat with him. Her passing has torn me and my family apart as well. So shut up, right? Like, what?
What?
Talk about insensitive, right? Like,
insensitive.
I don't know how
you
you could be more insensitive. He's basically like,
how about sick? How about he's despicable?
Mocking Tyler in a way. I mean, and so
my God.
if we're thinking about this in terms of the criminal mind, I mean, this is a good example of
mocking Tyler.
not just a
in
lack of
way.
remorse and this whole idea of this kind of victim mentality or victim stance, but also this utter callousness and insensitivity to Tyler, to the father.
Shut
like,
up.
well, it's torn us apart too. And I mean, and we know, you and I.
Dude, he killed his daughter. Do you think that he has any respect? No. Shut up and move on to something we don't fucking know. Peter Griffin.
I know we talked to the parents, we talked to Stefan's parents, and they've had a hard time dealing with this. It has torn them apart. But to say that as part of your sentencing statement after Tyler says it is just, to me, and when he said that, I was like, oh my God, like that's so callous, right? And
really,
I talk about this all the time, but
he's shocked. He's shocked at oh my God, this guy is so out of touch with reality. You're delusional. You're delusional, Mr. Toupee. What the fuck?
Callousness as a trait.
Callousness. He sexually abused her. Fuck his statement. Fuck his statement. Shit, my dogs are probably going to bark. My neighbor just pulled up. Pardon me if they do.
As a factor in assessing criminals is often correlated highly with psychopathy. So psychopaths, one of the biggest elements or one of the most common elements of a psychopath is callousness. And again, I don't know if Stephen Stearns fits the category of a psychopath, but
Shut up.
But I will say this is a very callous moment. And we know that there's a tremendous amount of research showing that the biggest predictor of psychopathy in children is this variable of callousness. Children that have no empathy and they're completely callous and indifferent to other children's feelings that stay that way from the time they're very young until they're teenagers or adults, they are high risk they're at higher risk to become psychopaths than children that aren't callous. So I thought that was interesting. There's also a category here of things he said that I call spiritual contrition or rationalization.
Contrition.
So I think he's using this idea of religiosity or spirituality or spiritual contrition to kind of rationalize away his actions and his behaviors. Let me read you. So I'm actually going to go through everything he said, by the way. I'm just breaking it up by categories.
Oh, okay.
So under this category of spiritual contrition / rationalization, he says, quote, I prayed to God to trade places with her, to take me instead. But unfortunately, that's just not how he works.
Yeah, this guy
that was so.
Oh God, Lauren. Oh, yeah. God. Just so
right.
broken.
I mean, if he really felt that way, then he wouldn't.
He's kind of blaming God for taking. He's kind of blaming God for taking her, not himself. That's how I took that. This has nothing to do with God. This has to do with someone that murdered
sister.
Child.
Right, exactly. And so in that sense, it's very much a rationalization. It's a way for him to feel better about it. He does that in another line. He says, I pray to God. This one's worse, I think.
I'm about to crack a beer.
Quote, I pray to God that she is in heaven and that he is taking good care of her.
Next
and I
crack
hope that
will
she
be a
gets to
beer
join
if
the
he
choir
keeps this up.
because she had a beautiful voice, unquote. So again, total rationalization,
Hi,
right? He's saying, if
I
God
hope
is
your
taking good
turkey
care
sucks.
of her and she's in the choir, then maybe my actions weren't so bad. Right? Like he's minimizing it.
Yeah. Imagining her happy. Sort of like Lori Vallow in a way, you know, my children are happy in heaven.
Lori
They're
Vallow.
busy.
They're busy.
He's a
Right. It's Lori
wackadoodle.
Daybell-esque in that sense that this is in some ways
shut up, Chad.
making him feel better about what he did. This is minimizing what he did. This is justifying what he did, rationalizing what he did. It's okay because she's in a good place. Right? That's exactly what Lori did in her statement. Well, they're up in heaven with God, and so they're happy and they're fine. So it doesn't matter if I murdered them. It's similar. It's a similar dynamic.
Yeah.
The other element here too, there's a couple other elements here that we talk about oftentimes with criminals. One is from this statement is the utter lack of insight.
Oh.
And self-awareness, right? It's what I would call pseudo-religious morality. Like he's using this moral take on the situation again to feel better about himself.
Like you. Insecure, fatty.
It lacks any type of insight, right? Like it allows him to put his crime at a distance,
wooden,
and not take ownership.
George Washington.
This is very typical. It's called mentalization or metacognition. That a lot of criminals just they lack any insight. They lack self-awareness. They lack this capacity to reflect and to really evaluate their lives. And because of that, they can't evaluate their behaviors and their crimes. They don't have the capacity to step back and reflect on what they're doing. Okay, and so that creates more impulsive behaviors. That creates behaviors that are driven more by instinct and by sexual desire in this case, right? Like they're not thinking about what they're doing. They're not thinking about the consequences. They lack that intrinsic capacity to reflect. And so many criminals, we call it mentalization. It's many criminals don't have this capacity for mentalization. And so they're driven by their base instincts, right? They're driven by the wrong elements.
If we end up with
if part of being human, if a big part of being human, maybe the biggest part of human is our capacity for rationality and for thought and for self-reflection and for being conscious and insightful about our actions. Many criminals don't have that.
Make it a little stronger next time,
So you see that here. He's pushing it out on God. He's rationalizing this through God, and he's not only is he not taking responsibility, but he's not showing any insight or self-awareness or any capacity to reflect on himself and his behaviors.
Neither do you.
And that kind of related to all of that is this idea of how literal he is, right? We saw this again. You mentioned Lori Daybell. Same thing, right? There's a very literal element to his thought.
Thank you so much, Shar.
He says he hopes
Shar says, "Oh, look at that. Is that Brad Pitt? Oh, say it isn't so. They lack insight and self-awareness." We got a lick in there.
Hopes that she's in the choir. I mean, I don't want to rule out the possibility that there's not a choir in heaven. I don't know. Who knows, right? But like, it's still being pretty literal. It's still being said, well, she had a beautiful voice, so I hope she's in the choir. I hope God picks her for the choir.
John, this is a moot point.
Very literal.
Or moot, whatever the word is.
Very literal. And we saw this with Lori Daybell, that there's this
Lori Daybell.
When you become overly literal and you lose this capacity to engage in abstract thought, again, you really limit your view of the world. You really narrow down your view of the world. Your world becomes so condensed and so narrow and so reductive that you just can't see the forest from the trees, right? All you can see are a few trees. You can't see the forest.
Oh.
And that becomes a problem because you start thinking that all of these little elements in your narrow world are the only elements that make sense.
You're the most narrowest minded person I know.
Placing too much importance on a few of the trees and not the forest. And so it's not hard to imagine that this is one of the ways that he may have fallen in love with Maddie and became involved in this relationship with her, and he lost track of the larger picture. He lost track of the forest, right? And so it's this type of literal thinking, which is closely aligned with what I just said about mentalization and insight and self-reflection. So those two go hand in hand. But you see it here when he talks about the choir specifically, and that leaves one. So I've read every line from his sentencing. There's only one line left. That line is his last line. He says, quote, "I apologize for all the pain," unquote. Obviously, that's a very vague line. It's not real. It's not a real apology. he apologizes
You're
for all the pain. Well,
disgusting.
does he mean his pain?
Right.
Whose pain? Right? Does he?
His family's pain.
Right.
His hurting and broken up too. Maddie's pain. Right. Very vague. Very like.
What he's not
her
saying,
pain.
what you want someone to say who's genuinely a remorseful or apologetic is to say essentially, I apologize for harming or murdering Matt.
Now there's something going on in this guy's mouth. Hold on.
Saying what you want someone to say who's genuinely a remorseful or apologetic is to say essentially,
There's something going on in his mouth, y'all.
I apologize for harming or murdering.
Well, yeah, what is this? Is this his apology to somebody? What is he saying?
Up to Maddie's pain. Right. Very vague. Very like.
What he's not
her
saying,
pain.
what you want
Listen.
someone to say who's genuinely a remorseful or apologetic is to say essentially, I apologize for harming or murdering Maddie and all the pain that my actions caused.
I'm
Right?
sorry for my actions.
Right.
My actions.
So
Is he
doesn't say that.
apologizing to himself? He could be like, I'm sorry for your pain. He could be talking to himself.
Yeah, that's what when I first started, I thought, oh, he's talking about his pain. He apologizes for all the pain he caused himself by getting caught, I guess, right? Like,
shut up.
I mean, I want to say that embedded in that last statement about apologizing for the pain, I want to say that to him,
Chug-a-lug.
I guess this is as close maybe as you'll get to an apology for the murder. But I mean, clearly he's not capable of accepting full responsibility when you're making a vague statement like this. So, and again, that would be this. Again, this would be very true of most criminals. That
I couldn't live with this motherfucker.
They really struggle to own up
I'd
to
be
what
at
they did. They
Grayson's,
really
too.
struggle to. A lot of criminals are in denial.
I'd
So
be at Grayson's.
you know that because I'll go to the jails and I'll come back and I'm
Fuck
like, oh my gosh,
this.
this guy said nothing. Right? He's completely in denial. I mean, usually after a few hours, I'll get people talking.
Dude,
but
shut up
but you see this
already.
here. You see the denial, the minimization, the inability to accept responsibility.
Fuck.
So this is what I call this. This is the category I would call his non-apology, or his lack of responsibility, his lack of culpability.
Okay. Spit it out, motherfucker.
So
Ugh.
that is my analysis of the Stephen Stern sentencing statement. It's very short, but I think hopefully people can see that there's a lot. There's surprisingly there's a lot to unpack from just a few statements that he's making, and I think those statements really help shed light on not only the criminal mind but Stephen Stern's.
There was a lot. I agreed.
Oh,
I agree.
God,
I did
that's
see a lot of that sort of romantic feeling in his sentencing speech as well.
Really? You did?
And,
as
so
a
thank
mother?
you for
as a
breaking
mother?
it down for me and helping
as
me.
a mother and a woman, you saw what in his romantic feeling? Fuck you, Lauren. You're nasty. You are one nasty gal. Ooh. How could she say that? Oh, I was disgusted at his statements. I thought his statement was cowardly. I thought he was trying to pass blame. You felt romantic feeling? Mm-mm. Y'all don't need to be on the internet.
Just help a brother out here.
I'm just saying, y'all don't belong on this internet. Penny Farthing, thank you so much for gifting 10. DLR Ho, Rogue Mama Kevin, K2 the Heat, wow. Lover of Bad Puns, Cassie, Farin, Purple Ivy, Nessie Monster, we got Nessie in here, and April, welcome to Cooterville. Come on in and close your legs. Thank you so much, Penny. That is so generous of you. Thank you. They need to be off these YouTube screets. I agree. It's
just help a brother out here.
Yikes. Welcome in, guys. Enjoy your memberships and all your emojis. Now you can throw Laurens in there. Cooters activate. Throw your Laurens and your Johns.
Speech as well. And so thank you for
thank you
breaking
so
it down
much
for me and helping me know that I wasn't alone and feeling that and seeing that and why that's so startling.
See that?
And to teach about
Look how she fucking doubles down on that too. The normalization of this being romantic in any way, shape, or form. Very, very gross.
Emotional congruency. Is that it?
Emotional
With children.
congruence.
Emotional
Yeah.
congruence with children.
It's really interesting that again, getting back to this idea that he can't step back. He kind of can't stand back and reflect on this. Right?
Oh, of course he can't. He's a pedo. Well, how many pedos actually reflect? I mean, I don't know the freaking percentage, but I can tell you that most are reoffenders. So I don't know how much reflection goes on when it comes to pedophilia. Thank you, Shar Shar. Again, as a mother, thank you for your super chat. Yeah, it's disgusting. I mean, where's the maternal feelings? They're just absent.
Right? Because he clearly doesn't see how emotionally invested he still is in Maddie. I mean, he probably perceives
Christ,
this
he
as
killed her. He killed her.
Telling the court essentially, I really miss her, right? Like he sees this as he probably perceives this as that people will perceive him as someone who's grieving the loss of someone that was close to him. But
No
of course,
one
knowing
even
what
thought
we know,
that. No one thought that.
and the way he's presenting this is not this feels like and sounds more like someone who's grieving the loss of a romantic interest, a spouse, a
Welcome
partner,
back,
right?
Linz.
I mean, that's how it comes off, and it's in that sense, it's really hard to listen to because it's so, there's a big creep factor there, I think.
You think?
Yeah. And so in other words,
a creep factor. That's
it is
all.
good that he will be spending his life behind bars without the possibility of parole.
Answer
Despite
the poll,
being
guys. We got a
saved,
new poll
the death
this
penalty.
afternoon.
Yeah.
What is important is that others are protected from him and that he won't hurt another child.
I think, by the way, there's another piece
Wise
to the story. I
words.
don't want to get into. People can go listen to our other episodes, I think, if they want more depth on this issue. But
he's going to say it anyway.
I think it's a real question here about. So we know that the cause of death was strangulation, but I think there's a real question here about how premeditated this was, and
there's a question of that.
Maybe even the possibility that
no one really cares.
I don't want to say it was an accident but it seems to me.
Listen, motherfucker. Anytime you have a grown adult fucking male sexually abusing a child from ages 6 to 13 and she ends up dead, that shit's premeditated because he was fucking abusing her, asshole. I can't stand this guy. This guy is so irresponsible. Guys, I have zero credentials, okay? I'm just a mom, a grandma, and I have common sense. I mean, what the fuck? God damn. This was 3 months ago, by the way, if you're just joining. Welcome in, Pretty Hate.
And
premeditated. Oh, we don't know for the whole. Of course it was premeditated. He's been abusing her for 6-7 years. God damn.
Maybe even the possibility that I don't want to say it was an accident because but it seems to me that and I talked about this previously. And by the way, we talked about this recently. I don't know why this is coming up so much in some of our analyses, but we talked about this with Jeffrey Ziz and his murder of Marcia Norman.
Okay.
This paraphilia called somnophilia. There's a paraphilia called somnophilia, which is essentially sex with an unconscious person.
Good God. This again?
Often they're sleeping or they're drugged, right?
Wait, didn't your sick mind just say, hey, if we want to know more, we can go watch your other episodes? Why are you going into this again? God, Lauren, what does he make you do? Whew, I don't think I want to know. I don't think I want to know. What does she have to do for this marriage of convenience? Take a look inside this guy's... I'm not going to say it, but take a look inside this guy's mouth. Look at this. There's some issues going on in there. And I bet you that breath stank. Stank. He needs mints. Something. Ugh. Deplorable. The more I watch, the more I hate them. I mean, I really do. I can't get over this exploitation of victims. It's just too much.
Clearly, and it's closely correlated with necrophilia, by the way. And so this gets it back to the idea I mentioned earlier that Marilee Alejandro, his ex, said that the only time he could get aroused when she played
pirate.
She pretended like she was unconscious, right? And so I wonder, did he need Maddie? Did he need to? Was there some type of erotic asphyxiation where he needed to choke her to the point of unconsciousness, right? Like whatever that is, whatever.
Whoa. What the fuck? John, what are you? The hell?
Did he need Maddie? Did he need to? Was there some type of erotic asphyxiation where he needed to choke her to the point of unconsciousness, right? Like whatever that is, whatever happened, clearly it was high risk.
Huh?
But I think
whatever happened was high risk? Holy shit. This is going places that I did not want to go. John, very uncomfortable right now.
I think a lot of that, or some of that, was probably driven by, and there's, by the way, there's a number of paraphilias like somnophilia. So this idea of arousal when someone's unconscious.
She did.
Necrophilia obviously is an extreme example of that, but there's other types of paraphilias around this. There's a paraphilia called objectophilia, which
God.
Is someone who has a relationship with inanimate objects like a car. Yes, that exists.
What?
There's something called.
What? Why is he saying this? He's fascinated with this subject. I've never met anyone that was fascinated with this subject. Look at him. He's like, oh, they like to fuck cars. Vroom, 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 baby. What the fuck?
Yeah, which is someone who has a relationship with inanimate objects like a car. Yes, that exists. There's something called agalmatophilia. That's an attraction to dolls or mannequins. There was this movie called Lars and the Real Girl, which is this.
Is that what Lauren is? What is that called again? She looks like a mannequin.
That's an attraction to dolls or
Alma. What is it?
There's something called agalmatophilia.
Agalmatophilia. He's got that shit too. Dude, he's got shit in jars. In the Kimberly Porter, I wonder if he has a car of his own. I wonder if he has a car in the garage that's only his. Do you think? Do you think he has a car that Lauren can't touch? I don't know, Diane. I really don't, because YouTube sucks. YouTube is so big. It's really hard to patrol stuff if it's not extreme. I know this is extreme to us, but there's people that actually put up really, really bad stuff, you know? I think he got a little bashful there. Honey, I'm going out to the garage.
Ophilia, which is someone who has a relationship with inanimate objects like a car. Yes, that exists. There's something called agalmatophilia. That's an attraction to dolls or mannequins. There was this movie called Lars and the Real Girl, which is this crazy, fascinating movie about this guy who develops an attraction to a doll, basically, a life-sized
sounds
kind
fascinating.
of sex doll. It's a crazy movie.
Oh, a sex doll.
But these are all
wait, what? Leakage. What the hell? He said dolls, and then he threw in sex dolls. I'm going to buff my car. No, I'm fucking dead serious. He just threw in sex doll, dude. He was he's off the rails, this purple. Off the fucking rails. Thank you so much, Carry On. Sigma, welcome to Cooterville. Come on in and cross your legs. What?
Related in the sense that you're talking about, it's a crazy movie, this crazy, fascinating movie about this guy who develops an attraction to a doll, basically, a life-sized kind of sex doll. It's a crazy movie.
Kind of sex doll?
But these are all related in the sense that you're talking about an extreme form of objectification, an extreme form of dehumanization of another human being. In other words, the fundamental issue with these paraphilias is you're not having a normal reciprocal relationship with another human being, right? You're engaging with someone who's unconscious, or you're engaging with a doll or even a car, right? You're with an object.
Wow, he really blushes. Look at, you can even see his dimple when he talks about his car. That's a pretty specific example to give. Listen, watch his little chubby face. He gets those little dimples like Mama used to pull his cheeks and just squeeze them.
Relationship with another human being, right? You're engaging with someone who's unconscious, or you're engaging with a doll, or even a car, right? You're with an object.
Whoa.
And you can see how that, it seems to me that Stefan Stearns may have something like this. The idea that his ex said that she had to play dad, right? That's a pretty good clue. This, by the way, is pretty uncommon. Like the fact that we talk about this with Jeffrey Ziz is unusual. And by the way, the person who did an evaluation of Jeffrey Ziz seems to have missed this.
Absolutely.
The person who did the evaluation missed this, but he caught it. Oh, good old Dr. John.
And by the way, the person who did an evaluation of Jeffrey Ziz seems to have missed this.
Absolutely.
And the reason they missed it is because it's hard to see. It's hard to find.
Only
it's hard to diagnose. But I think you probably have that here. So if we're looking for kind of the underlying motivations or pathology that's driving this crime, I think you probably need to look towards. And by the way, pedophilia is obviously a paraphilia. You need to look towards these types of paraphilias, and maybe multiple paraphilias. Oftentimes, people that have one paraphilia are more likely to have many of them, or multiple.
Or John
and so this is a case of that. I think you have some primary paraphilias here, but then you probably have other ones, and they're all kind of correlated.
Okay.
So this idea of strangulation fits with this. Fits almost completely with this picture of trying to render her unconscious in some way, and maybe going too far, or maybe there's a lot of scenarios. We talked about some of them in our earlier shows. That maybe I've speculated that maybe Maddie threatened to disclose the abuse after years. She's turning 13. There's some boys showing some interest in her at school, right? Maybe she's had enough. She's talking about
moving in with her dad.
I'm going to
leave. I'm out of here.
Right, moving in with her dad. Maybe she's going to tell her dad. So does he murder her because she's going to blow the whistle here? She's going to disclose the abuse. That could be.
Where's Lindsay?
It could be jealousy. He's seen her dating other boys. They're showing interest in her. Maybe he doesn't want the competition, right? I don't know. It's hard to know. We'll never know. But there's other possibilities, like
what?
She started menstruation several months before, right? So maybe, I know this sounds peculiar, but maybe because she's reaching puberty, he's not as interested in her.
Oh, God.
Maybe he wants to end her life when he's ahead in the game, that he sees her like reaching puberty as presenting a lot of problems. He's not as attracted to someone who's reached puberty. Maybe he got her pregnant, right? I mean, I think they ruled that out. They did rule that out. They didn't find her being pregnant, right? But that was something that early on I was kind of
everyone was speculating on that. But they ruled that out. Yeah.
Or it could just be, it could be as simple as
Ballet Flats was here earlier.
I've
been live a long time.
Paraphilia of wanting her to be unconscious when he was with her, and strangulation was a part of that. It could be like, as I said earlier, erotic asphyxiation, or maybe he drugged her. There was evidence that he had drugs that he gave to her quite often.
You are just
sedatives that would put her out, and so that would be a part of that whole type of paraphilia. But
his wording sucks as a professional, and I have air quotes. Put her out. Shut up. God. I mean, there's just better wording you can use if you truly have empathy for these people that you're reporting on. Michelle Hanna, thank you for becoming a member today, and welcome to Cooterville. Come on in and cross your legs. Oh, he's really fixated on the choking. Yeah, he's fucking gross. Ugh. I agree, Kate. I think that this is just the surface, if you will, of the hidden secrets that these two hold. That's just my opinion.
But yeah, I guess we'll never know for sure. And perhaps that if he went to trial, we would have learned a lot more.
But, of course we would have. We know enough. He's a pedo.
Rest in peace, Madeline Soto. I concur with her father. Sure she would have been a wonderful woman and come into her own and found some hope living with her father. So it's so sad.
So sad. And what she went through, yeah, just so
Stop.
so sad.
So sad.
Don't talk
Thank you.
about it no
of
more,
course,
John.
as we explained at the beginning, this was going to be a difficult conversation, and it was for me. So, but I
You didn't
so
even talk,
appreciate
dum-dum.
your knowledge in this field. Thank you. Thank you for discussing this sentencing. I know that many have been asking us as we were covering this. We simply couldn't be there on that date. We were covering 3 different trials or sentencings at that time. But
You're
we
so
certainly
busy and
didn't forget
important.
Maddie, nor forget that the sentencing happened and been wanting to discuss.
Oh, they were so busy working. Remember, they couldn't work, but she was working. I can't stand these people. 3 months ago, his blood pressure's through the roof. Bullshit. He's out there rubbing up against his car, buffing his car. She's doing what she's doing. Having sex with investigators, allegedly. I don't know. That's what I heard. I mean, what is going on here? Grayson's couch. Like, there's a lot going on. And, ugh. We're not done with the lashings. Hold on. There's a few seconds left, unfortunately.
Discuss it. So thank you, babe.
Yeah.
And
I love it, Sherry.
Yeah, we have some other things
Thank you for your
planned. I know many have been
generosity,
asking
too.
for more. Dr. John, and he is working on some additional
Ask for more. No, we didn't ask for more. No one wants more.
shows. Thank you for your patience. And yeah, we'll see you soon again. I love you.
Okay. I love you too. Thank you.
I love you. Me and Grayson are going to go watch a movie now. See, if they were in the same house, you would never go, okay, I'll talk to you soon. Love you. This is my take on this. My take is that Grayson runs this show. Literally. She's writing the script. She's getting them ready. She's telling them what they have to do, what they have to say, etc., etc. Yes, I was told that Grayson has her own place. However, why would you be like the only time they probably talk is when they're face to face on these stupid live streams. That's my guess. Shine in the chrome. Yep.
Thank you. I think it's.
And he is
I love
working
you.
on some additional shows.
See you
Thank you for your
soon.
patience. And yeah, we'll see you soon again. I love you.
Okay. I love you too. Thank you. I think it's important that we did discuss this again and try to tie up some loose ends with Stefan Stearns, because a lot of people have reached out and asked, and it just happened to occur at a time that we were inundated with other stuff. So
What was your other stuff? You're stalking? Inundated with other stuff. Ooh. He looks mad. I'm telling you, does he know about an affair? This is me totally just speculating here. Because I can. Does he know something? Or does he suspect something? There's something wrong here. This vibe I'm getting. Listen to that again.
try to tie up some loose ends with Stefan Stearns, because a lot of people have reached out and asked, and it just happened to occur at a time that we were inundated with other stuff. So
right.
I'm glad we finally got to it.
Yeah. And I'm grateful that he will not be able to harm any more children. So
oh, he had to get one more lick in there.
Rest in peace, Maddie.
We had to get one more lick, which brought the lick count. I feel like I'm doing a Tootsie Pop fucking commercial. How many licks does it take to get to the end of a hidden true crime video? Today, 151 licks it took to get to the end of the hidden true crime video. That's nuts. Like I said, I lick my lips a lot, but I don't do that shit. So let's chit chat for a little bit. Let's talk about all the stuff we just watched and what we saw. I'm up for a little discussion action. Let me get this off the screen. Hold on. I'm getting our going out song ready. So I mean, what do you guys think? Seriously, I mean, I know we hate John, but seriously, I mean, this really is concerning to me. Like, all jokes aside, Joel Roberts, can you tell me how to be a mod? You can email me. I don't really add mods too often, but thank you for your interest. And if you want to email me, you can. The Matthias basement was previously lived in by one of their set of parents. Oh, really? Yeah. Robin. Poor Maddie. Thank you, though, Cindy. Joel, Cindy. Sometimes I call you Joel. Sometimes I call you Cindy. Grayson was a past employee of Annie and Lise. Why did she go rogue on Annie in joining Lauren and John? Sorry, Bella. You know, I think that, Sherry, I think what happened was, I think that, she was poached by Lauren. Tourette's of the tongue. He's got something. I don't understand why they're suddenly reviving Jodi Arias. Why are people suddenly reviving Chris Watts? Why does Nancy Grace have a Chris Watts episode set up? I find that to be weird. I don't know, Kimberly. I appreciate this lively chat. I got some major laughs. Me too. I think Amazon's here. Bella. So what are your guys' plans? Are you cooking today? Sitting at a table, they were doing an interview, and then she went to Utah for that court thing, but she didn't look like she was under any... She never looks like she's under this distress, she claims. Annie had multiple people working. Slow True Crime Month. I didn't see anything recent about Nicole, but I could be wrong. I thought Plunder was replaying old stuff, too. Thank you, Salty, for your super chat. Looking forward with a little gobble gobble with Jay tomorrow. Yeah, we'll do some kind of bingo. Cook today, eat and shop online tomorrow. Yeah, I need to do some online shopping. I have to get my grandson some stuff. Bella. Come here, Belle. Surprised she's not barking her head off. So I got a frozen turkey breast and then stuffing and all that stuff. New FBI interviews out on Nicole. Jolene and Hella are on at 4:15. Who? Are they on at the same time? Yay. A lot of people. Yeah, I have two grandsons. I have a 6-year-old granddaughter and I have a 2-year-old grandson. And then Grayson took over just like that. Yeah, it seems like it happened really fast, from what I understand. Yeah. Aw. Sim, come in tomorrow. I'm sorry about your mom. I don't have my parents either. It sucks. Come in and have Thanksgiving with me tomorrow, please. I was going to show you guys a picture of my grandson, but I can't find it. Oh, here it is. I'll show you. We'll talk about good stuff for a minute. So that's when he was born, and then that was when he was 1. So he's, 12, 13, 14 months now. Hella put out a teaser clip basically saying she has new tea for today's stream. Nice. Yeah, you're never alone. When we have Cooterville, we are never alone. There's always someone in Cooterville. That's the good thing about our community. I'm not cooking. No. You just had your second grandbaby. Well, congratulations. Thank you, guys. Lauren is just as bad for allowing it. Yeah, she doesn't care. She just wants the money, money, money. Okay, thanks for the reminder. I'm going to make a note. We're going to do a face morph. Let me write a note. You ask and you shall receive. Face morph of Lauren. It should be interesting because that one from when, like, we found her back in like 2013 or whatever, she does not even look like the same person. Thanks, you too, Tempest. What's a spratch crocking turkey? What is that? Last year, have the grands asked Santa for anything? Oh, I'm sure. I don't know what, though. My 6-year-old granddaughter just got a Switch, so she wants games for that. I got her a couple games for that. Tacos. Jay, where do you see this going next? The Lauren and John saga. You know, I'm not sure because it seems like more and more keeps coming out. Like this Rico thing is concerning. All of her pundits, all of her people she surrounds herself with are just something else. She was really pretty. I agree with that, lover. Oh, on the smoker. Oh, nice. My son has a smoker. He makes some really good food on that. Bingo, Bajingo and Lingo made you come back. All right, we'll do a game tomorrow for sure. That sounds interesting. You're making me hungry now. Thanks, Michelle. So it's kind of like butterflying it. I'm going to be home tomorrow, Cassandra. I'm not doing anything special tomorrow. Sasquatch. Oh, we got it. Have you guys heard of the Village Inn? I don't know if that's like a nationwide thing. We have a Village Inn. We've gotten Thanksgiving from there. They give you the whole spread. And then like Bob Evans has it. Cracker Barrel has it. Seeing Lauren sitting as a defendant in court, I would love to see that. I'd love to see a civil suit against Hidden True Crime for the defamation against Christina. I think that she deserves that. But, you know, obviously that's up to her. You're cooking tomorrow? Chinese, always the good old standby. Nope, he went out of town. He went to go visit grandbaby. That's his daughter's baby. And the 2 dogs. It's a lot to go for a couple days. So you don't like turkey? I'm not a huge fan of the turkey. What's your favorite side? Tell me your favorite side. Because I could eat just stuffing and gravy and like rolls. Awesome, Belinda. I hope to see ya. Let me see what this poll says. Is John and Wowen a marriage of convenience? Let's see. 90% of you think yes. Beer-infused turkey. I've heard of that. It makes it moist, huh? Oh, and the cranberries, like real cranberries. Stuffing is my favorite. Oh, and the sweet potato casserole. That's my favorite with the marshmallows on top. Yummy. What time is it right now? 4:41. You guys said somebody's live at 4:15. It's 4:41 where I am. Excited utterance. Let's redirect to her. Next time we will redirect. Oh, she's not till 6:15. What time is Jolene on? Rolls, mashed potatoes, and dressing. If you guys have a Wawa, they make a really good Thanksgiving bowl. Oh, they're both on at the same time. Okay, we're going to redirect today to Hella. I don't think they'll divorce because of LDS affiliation. Well, what about her first husband? I mean, what about Lauren's first husband? Do you think he'll ever talk? Oh, by the way, would you guys be interested? Here's a question for you. Would you guys be interested in me reading Lauren's book live, like a read along with Jay? We can get all cozy and we can do a read along of Lauren's book. It'll only be it's only 1:45 in Cali. Wow. My day's almost over. It's crazy. Yeah, I want to read it. And I'm like, I could read it. Yeah. Read it live. Fuck it, we'll do it live. Oh, yes. Cindy, if you can email that to me, that'd be wonderful. Oh, Galen, you're making me hungry. Will there be tongue jutting? Just for you, Jammers. Only for you. Thank you. The headband, though, the only thing about these things, here, I'm going to show you a little secret. If you order these things off Temu, actually, I can't get it out right now, but it ties. It's not elastic in any way. So it just goes around your head and it has a little tie underneath. So they do have ones that are like regular headbands that are just one piece as well. Oh, you mean you have the actual book? I have someone that's sending me a PDF of it. Am I sleepy? No, I'm hungry. I haven't eaten. I hope you guys all have a happy Thanksgiving too. Vanessa says, I want to hear from Lauren's ex-husband. You and me both. Her book is about, let's pull it up. I'll show you guys the book. Surviving emotional abuse or something. Escaping emotional abuse. We'll do a live read along. This is it right here. Let's get rid of the tongue lashings. Hold on. Gross. I don't ever want to be lashed by that man. Okay. This is it right here. Escaping emotional abuse. And this is her on the cover. A healing journey. So apparently, and like I said, I haven't read it, but apparently it goes into her first marriage. This is all about him. It was published December 8th, 2019. So it's 300 page or 296 pages. Let's see what the back says. Here we go. This is interesting. As newlyweds driving to their Hold on. As newlyweds driving to their new apartment together, Lauren's husband announced he was taking her to the airport because he had decided he no longer wanted her in his life. He told her she needed to board a plane to go anywhere but Boston, where he lived, even though she had nowhere else to go. A capable, independent woman who worked for years as an award-winning television reporter, Lauren found herself trapped in an emotionally abusive marriage, facing an unknown future with a man she had once thought was her lifelong partner. As Lauren searches for answers to an uncertain future and a failing marriage, her story illuminates the journey to find hope and love once again. Join thousands who have followed Lauren's journey on Instagram and through her blog to learn how she rediscovers genuine love and happiness. Lauren shares her healing lessons with the hope that her readers can discover their own paths to find beauty, strength, love, and healing after experiencing traumatic or difficult relationships. Follow Lauren as she tells the remarkable story of a love turned upside down and how she reversed course to find the love she desired and deserved, as you can too. She's such a perpetual victim. But I think we should definitely do a read along. Right. Bite my bits. Bite my bits. Keep us posted on the claims. Who's on the screen? Who is that? What's it time for? It's time to get in the Cooter DeVille. And Who's that, guys? It's him. It's McSpunky. I'm going to get McSpunky in here one of these days. I'm telling you. Email me a KBzer. What's that mean? KBzer? You're going to have to send me an email, Miss Roberts. Here's my email. Email. McSpunk me. She wrote about herself in third. I guess we'll find out. Funky Jasunky. Yes, I do. He looked like Oni. Kalisa. He's a sub who goes into a lot of chats, and he's a big donator. And Vinnie Politan has this song for McSpunky. This is on Vinnie Politan's page. Look. See? Vinnie Politan. It's the McSpunky theme. And McSpunky says, "Thank you, sir. I'm very humbled, Vinny." See? Here comes McSpunky. You're more than a hidden gem. You're an absolute treasure. From Mel Stiller. Mel Stiller. This is the chick who wrote the poem. She told McSpunky, "You're more than a hidden gem. You're an absolute treasure." This is ironic because this is on Vinnie Politan's. And this is Mel Stiller.
It's time to get happy.
My videos aren't ready yet, but my poetry is very much alive.
It's time for us to smile. 'Cause here comes McSpunky.
Welcome to the Stories I Tell. This is the person who wrote the Maddie poem.
It's time for us to smile. Because here comes McSpunky.
Recently, my poetry has been circulating on YouTube. Thanks to English tests and logical reasoning.
It's time for us to smile.
Jim Book,
here comes McSpunky. It's now falling flick to funk it.
Looking forward to launching this channel and seeing your space.
Any fun, yeah. Cause here comes McSpunky. It's time to get happy.
Use the verbs.
It's time to get funky. It's time for us to smile. Because here comes McSpunky. It's time to get happy. It's time to get funky. It's time for us to smile. Because here comes McSpunky.
God, why is that on the McSpunky song? What do you mean you can't hear me? You should be able to hear me.
It's time to get happy. It's time to get funky. It's time for us to smile. 'Cause here comes McSpunky. It's time to get happy. It's time to get funky.
What is that? Oh my God, I don't even know what that song is. What? Oh my God, I couldn't hear shit. I couldn't hear Dude, I couldn't hear it, Barbara. You don't have to tell me it's stupid. I didn't know it was on. I think it came from that Amazon site. Oh, McSpunky was playing? Well, I did not mean it. I didn't know it was playing. I'm so sorry. I didn't know it played. I'm sorry. I was telling you guys all of I didn't know it was playing. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I lost like 300 viewers just a second ago. I'm so sorry. I got to get him off the screen. I didn't know he was playing. Oh my God, half the song played. I'm so ashamed. Listen, I got to tell you guys what I said. Okay, make sure he's not playing. Okay, look. Look. Look at the comments, okay? Hidden True Crime says, "This is the best." See that? And then we have Mel Stiller. Look, Mel Stiller. I thought you guys had the big eyes because what I was reading. But look at Mel Stiller. This is the one that wrote the Maddie poem. Fuck. Could you even hear me at all? So Mel Stiller says, "McSpunky, You're more than a hidden gem. You're an absolute treasure. I love you too, Jams. But this is the chick that wrote the poem. Look. And then I went to her page. And it says, my videos aren't ready yet, but my poetry is very much alive. Let's read the comments. Yeah, it was time to get funky with McSpunky. Excellent that your poetry grows and thrives. I'm sure your videos will be ready soon. Your poetry already flows like waves and ocean, and I can't wait to see where it reaches next. Let's hope my work doesn't disappoint you, Ocean. This person doesn't seem right. Something's wrong. And then if you look at the abouts, like this section, it says, welcome to the stories I tell. My poetry corner. Recently, my poetry has been circulating on YouTube thanks to English tests and logical reasoning for the Burbs, Jim Hook, and Hidden True Crime, to name a few. I'm looking forward to launching this channel in the new year. Please stay tuned. Who's the Burbs? Who's Jim Hook? Well, her poetry talked about the breath of a pedo where it doesn't belong, and they read it. Hey, Cassie. Close them up. Slam them shut. Yeah, McSpunky's a wild one, isn't he? Yeah, that was just weird. That was on the McSpunky video, and I was like, what happened? And I was like, oh my God, that's her. That's Mel Stiller. Okay, I'll check it, Cindy. Thank you. Yeah, poetry disguising for the voice of Maddie. I'm not down with that. I'm just not. I noticed that too, lady. Like with all the CrimeCon people, they all kind of leech off of each other too. I'll see you tomorrow, Emmy. No, that song wasn't on her page. She commented on the song. She just made a comment. And I was like, whoa, that's her name because they said it. So anyways, we're going to get in the Cooter DeVille and get the hell on out of here. You guys enjoy your cooking time. I'll probably see you in Jolene or Hella's lives later, hopefully. Say hello. A Cooter DeVille. I can't hear it. My headphones were unplugged. That's why I couldn't hear Spunky. Jesus. Always some kind of technical issue, you know it? I love you guys, though. And if I don't see you tomorrow, if you're busy with family and you're doing stuff tomorrow, enjoy your day. Enjoy the time with your family. I hope it's a great Thanksgiving, great dinner, all of the good stuff. I crack you up. I know. Sometimes a little airheaded, I must admit. But let's see if our little Cooter credits work. And we're going to listen to a little song on the way out. It's been wonderful spending the day with you. It's time to get funky. I love you guys. Oh, you can't hear it. Here we go. Look.
It's time for us to smile because here comes McSpunky. It's time to get happy. It's time to get funky. It's time for us to smile because here comes McSpunky.
Look at all the new Cooters. Thank you so much, guys. Look for your name on the screen.
Because here comes McSpunky. It's time to get happy. It's time to get funky. It's time for us to smile Because here comes Max Spunky.
I'm glad it's better, Eve.
It's time to get
It was a
funky.
definite success. Thank you.
For us to smile. Because here comes Max Spunky.
It flew by for me, too. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I'm thankful for you guys today. Peace out.
Here comes Max Spunky. It's now Bonnie Flick the Funky.
Okay, we're going to Hella's. Hit the like button over at Hella's and the notification for 6:15. We're getting close to Hella. It's hella amazing over at Excited Utterance. Let's do it, Cooters. I'll see you guys.